Have you ever wondered why the moments that break you the most often lead to the biggest changes in your life? Why the people who left you, the plans that failed, and the pain that felt unbearable somehow shaped you into someone stronger? Life doesn't make mistakes. It moves with precision, even when it feels chaotic. Every heartbreak, every delay, every disappointment is a quiet message from the universe saying, "Trust me, there is something greater unfolding." The Buddha taught that nothing in existence is random. Every experience, whether joyful or painful, carries a hidden lesson, a sacred purpose meant to awaken your soul. The question is not, "Why is this happening to me?" but "What is this trying to teach me?" Because once you understand that truth, you stop fighting life and begin flowing with it. 1. Karma is the silent sculptor of your destiny. In Buddhism, karma is not a form of punishment or reward. It is a teacher, a mirror, and a sculptor that quietly shapes the path of your soul. It is the natural law of cause and effect, a reminder that nothing in your life happens without purpose. Every word you speak, every thought you think, and every action you take plants a seed in the soil of existence. Some seeds grow quickly, others take years, even lifetimes, to bear fruit. But each one returns to you in a form that helps you grow, evolve, and awaken. When something painful enters your life, it is not the universe turning its back on you. It is life handing you a lesson that your soul requested long ago. A broken friendship teaches you detachment and self-respect. A betrayal teaches you to rely on truth instead of illusion. A delay in your dreams teaches you patience and surrender. Through karma, life becomes your greatest teacher, one that never punishes, only educates. The Buddha explained that what we are today comes from our thoughts of yesterday, and our present thoughts build our life of tomorrow. This means your current reality is a living reflection of what you've cultivated in the past. The peace or chaos you experience isn't random, it's the harvest of your previous intentions and choices. Karma reminds us that we are not victims of fate, we are participants in it. The universe doesn't conspire against you, it collaborates with you, using every experience, both sweet and bitter, to help you awaken to your true nature. When life feels unfair, when everything seems to crumble, ask yourself, what is this moment trying to teach me? That single question shifts you from pain to perspective. Instead of drowning in, "Why me?" you begin to rise into, "What now?" You realize that every obstacle carries wisdom hidden within it. The argument you had, the job you lost, the love that didn't last, all of it becomes a classroom where your soul learns humility, strength, and compassion. Think of karma as a sculptor holding a chisel, patiently shaping a block of stone. Every challenge, disappointment, or heartbreak is a precise strike of that chisel, removing what no longer serves your higher form. To the untrained eye, it may look like destruction, but in truth, something beautiful is being revealed. The pain is temporary, the wisdom it leaves behind is eternal. When you begin to trust karma, you no longer fear life's twists and turns. You understand that, even when things seem to fall apart, they are actually falling into place. Life doesn't happen to you, it happens for you. Karma ensures that every step, even the missteps, are part of your journey toward enlightenment. So instead of resisting what is, embrace it. Reflect on your thoughts, your actions, and your intentions. Plant good seeds daily through kindness, mindfulness, and truth. Over time, these seeds will grow into peace, abundance, and understanding. The law of karma doesn't rush. It unfolds with the rhythm of life itself, slow, patient, and purposeful. When you truly grasp this, you'll see that nothing in your life has ever been wasted. Every person you met, every experience you endured, every tear you shed, they were all part of the sacred sculpting process. You are being shaped not into what you want to be, but into who you are meant to be. And in that realization lies the heart of all Buddhist wisdom. that everything, yes, everything happens for a higher purpose. 2. The path of loss is the path to liberation. In life, we are taught to hold on to people, to memories, to dreams, to identities. We cling because we believe that what we possess defines who we are. But Buddhism teaches a profound truth. The more tightly you hold on, the more you suffer. Loss is not life's cruelty. It is life's reminder that nothing is truly yours except your inner peace. Everything you love in this world is temporary. The people you cherish, the possessions you prize, even your own body, all are visitors passing through the house of your existence. When you experience loss, whether it's the death of someone dear, the end of a relationship, or the fading of a long-held dream, your mind naturally resists. You grieve not only what you lost, but also the illusion that it would last forever. But the Buddha taught that impermanence, anicca, is the very nature of existence. Everything rises, flourishes, fades, and disappears. Trying to freeze moments of happiness is like trying to stop the wind. It cannot be done. When we cling to what's already changing, we create our own suffering. Think of life as a flowing river. Every moment, every experience is a drop of water moving forward. If you try to hold the water in your hands, it slips away. But if you let it flow, it nourishes everything it touches. In the same way, when you accept the natural flow of life, when you stop clutching to what must leave you, begin to experience true freedom. Loss, then, becomes not an ending, but a cleansing. It washes away the illusions you built around permanence and reminds you of what truly matters. When something or someone leaves your life, it's easy to think you've been punished. But Buddhism teaches that every loss is an act of grace in disguise. The universe removes what no longer aligns with your growth, even if your heart isn't ready to let go. Sometimes, the people who walk away from you are not betraying you. They are fulfilling their role in your story and stepping aside so you can meet the next lesson. Sometimes, what you lose is simply what was holding you back from discovering who you truly are. Painful as it may feel, loss has a hidden gift. It empties your hands so they can receive something new. It breaks the walls of attachment so your heart can expand. When the ground beneath you collapses, it's not to bury you. It's to force you to find your wings. The Buddha compared life to the lotus flower that grows in muddy water. The mud, symbolizing difficulty and loss, is not an obstacle, but a necessity. Without the mud, the lotus cannot bloom. In the same way, your losses are the mud from which your strength, wisdom, and compassion arise. You may look back at moments in your life when you thought you were being destroyed, only to realize later that you were being transformed. That breakup that shattered you led you towards self-love. That failure that embarrassed you taught you resilience. That goodbye you never wanted to say opened the door to new beginnings. When you see loss not as an enemy but as a teacher, something miraculous happens. You stop asking, "Why did this happen to me?" and start asking, "What truth is this showing me?" The path of loss is, in truth, the path to liberation. It teaches you that nothing outside of you can be the source of your happiness. You can appreciate what you have without fearing its end, love deeply without needing to possess, and grieve without losing yourself. When you no longer depend on the external to feel whole, you become free. Letting go doesn't mean forgetting or erasing. It means honoring what was, learning from it, and releasing it with gratitude. It's trusting that what is meant for you will never require you to chain yourself to it. In Buddhism, true freedom is not found in holding tightly to life. It's found in bowing gracefully to its impermanence. When you can finally look at loss and whisper, "Thank you for teaching me how to let go," you have discovered one of the greatest truths of existence. That every ending is not a punishment, it's an initiation into a deeper kind of peace. The pain you once feared becomes the bridge to your awakening, and the emptiness left behind becomes the space where new light can enter. 3. Acceptance is the doorway to peace. Most people spend their lives fighting reality. They want life to unfold according to their plan, for people to behave a certain way, for events to match their expectations, for pain to stay far away. But reality doesn't bend to our desires. Life moves like the wind, unpredictable, untamable, and beyond control. When we resist what is, we create suffering. But when we learn to accept life as it is, peace quietly enters our hearts. Buddhism teaches that acceptance is not weakness or surrender, it is clarity. It is the wisdom of seeing things exactly as they are, without the fog of judgment or the weight of denial. Acceptance begins when you stop asking life to be easy and start asking yourself to be strong. The Buddha said, "Peace comes from within, do not seek it without." That means the calm you are searching for will never appear through changing circumstances. It begins the moment you stop fighting the present. When things don't go as planned, your mind might panic, saying, "This shouldn't be happening." But what if, instead, you said, "This is what's happening, and I will move through it with awareness"? That small change transforms chaos into calm. Acceptance doesn't erase pain, but it removes the extra layer of suffering we create by refusing to face what is. Imagine standing in the middle of a storm, screaming at the wind to stop. You can shout for hours, but the storm will not listen. Yet, if you stop resisting and simply stand still, breathing, watching, allowing, you realize that the storm will pass on its own. That's what happens when you stop fighting life. The waves of pain and uncertainty still come, but they lose their power to drown you. You become the calm observer instead of the desperate struggler. You begin to see that life has its own rhythm, that even what seems chaotic now may later reveal its purpose. In Buddhism, acceptance is closely tied to mindfulness. Mindfulness is the art of being fully present, even when the present moment is uncomfortable. When you accept what's happening, not with resignation but with awareness, you take back your inner strength. For example, if you are hurt by someone, acceptance doesn't mean approving their behavior. It means acknowledging your pain, understanding its cause, and deciding to respond with wisdom instead of anger. You allow yourself to feel without becoming trapped in those feelings. Many people misunderstand acceptance, thinking it means giving up, but true acceptance is not passive, it's powerful. It gives you the energy to focus on what you can control and release what you cannot. It's saying, "I may not like this situation, but I can still choose peace in the middle of it." When you accept reality, you stop wasting energy fighting the unchangeable and start investing that energy into growth and understanding. Think about all the times in your life when you resisted something, maybe a breakup, a failure, or a delay, only to later realize that it was leading you to something better. In that moment of resistance, life seemed cruel, but from a higher view, it was guiding you exactly where you needed to be. Acceptance allows you to see from that higher view now, not years later. It shortens the distance between pain and peace. Every time you accept the present moment fully, you strengthen your spiritual muscles. You stop being tossed around by every wave of emotion and start standing like a mountain, grounded, aware, and unshaken. The world around you can be noisy, uncertain, even unfair, but inside, you remain still. This stillness doesn't come from escaping life. It comes from embracing it. When you cultivate acceptance, you discover that peace isn't something you find, it's something you allow. It was always there, waiting beneath your resistance. Life becomes lighter, your heart becomes softer, and your mind becomes clear. You begin to see that the people who hurt you were your teachers, the struggles you faced were your lessons, and the disappointments were redirections towards something more meaningful. So, the next time life doesn't go your way, take a breath. Stop struggling against what is. Look at the moment and say, I accept this. I trust that even this has a purpose. As you say it, feel the weight begin to lift, because in the end, peace doesn't arrive when everything is perfect. It arrives when you make peace with imperfection. And that, the Buddha taught, is the doorway to true freedom, the moment you stop fighting the rain and finally learn to dance in it. 4. The universe delays you to protect you. There will be times in your life when you give your best effort, hold on to faith, and still, nothing seems to move forward. You send out resumes and receive silence. You give your heart to someone who suddenly walks away. You plan, dream, and pray, yet life responds with delay after delay. In those moments, frustration becomes your closest companion, and doubt whispers that the universe has forgotten you. But Buddhism teaches a deeper truth. What looks like a delay is often divine protection. The universe never says no to punish you, it says wait to prepare you. Every pause in your life carries a purpose that the impatient mind cannot yet understand. When we want something, we often think we're ready for it. We believe we have the strength, the wisdom, and the patience to handle what we're asking for. But sometimes, life sees further than we can. The universe, like a compassionate teacher, withholds certain experiences until our hearts and minds are capable of receiving them without being destroyed by them. Think of a child who wants to drive a car. Their desire may be genuine, but their readiness is not. To give them the car too soon would be harmful, not kind. Similarly, the universe protects us by delaying what we crave until we grow into the version of ourselves that can truly handle it. You may think the delay is unfair, but in truth, it is sacred timing. Life unfolds not according to your impatience, but according to your evolution. The Buddha often emphasized that patience is the highest ascetic practice. It's not simply waiting, it's learning to trust that what belongs to you will come when you are ready to honor it, not before. Every delay is a classroom in which the universe tests your trust. Can you remain calm in uncertainty? Can you keep your heart open when nothing seems to be happening? If you can, you are already growing stronger than you realize. Think about the times when something didn't go your way, only for you to later realize it was a blessing in disguise. The job you didn't get allowed you to find your true calling. The person who left you made room for deeper love. The opportunity that slipped away gave you time to mature, reflect, and heal. Life has an intelligence that surpasses your logic. When it withholds something, it's not robbing you, it's redirecting you. The detours you resist are often the safest routes to your destination. Buddhism teaches that attachment is one of the roots of suffering. When we attach to outcomes, we become enslaved by them. We want everything to arrive on our schedule and in our preferred form. But reality doesn't obey our timelines. It unfolds according to its own rhythm. When you stop demanding that life move faster and start trusting that it's moving at the right pace, you begin to experience peace even in waiting. Every delay becomes an act of compassion, the universe's way of whispering, "Not yet, my child. There is still something for you to learn." Imagine planting a seed. No matter how much you water it, the flower won't bloom the next morning. It needs time, sunlight, rain, and patience. If you dig it up every day to check its progress, you destroy its growth. Similarly, when you constantly question life, wondering when things will happen, you disturb your own peace. The seed of your destiny is already planted. Your job is to nurture it with trust, not impatience. The Buddha taught that everything comes to you when you are ready to receive it. That readiness is not built in comfort but in waiting, growing, and surrendering. Sometimes, life delays you because it's aligning invisible pieces that must fall into place before your path is clear. The people you need to meet, the experiences you need to have, even the failures that will strengthen you, they all take time to arrange. You may not see this orchestration, but it's happening quietly beneath the surface. Like roots growing deep underground before a tree rises toward the sky, your unseen progress is just as important as your visible success. The universe is not still, it's synchronizing events in ways your mind cannot comprehend. There's also another side to delay protection. Sometimes the universe stops you because the thing you're chasing would have harmed you. The opportunity you begged for might have drained your energy. The relationship you wanted so badly might have broken your spirit. The universe doesn't always explain its reasons, but it always acts out of wisdom. Just because you can't see the danger doesn't mean it's not there. Trust that life's not yet is often saving you from a greater pain. So when things seem stuck, when doors won't open and plans fall apart, remind yourself, this is not rejection, it is redirection. The pause is not punishment, it is protection. The space between your desire and its fulfillment is sacred ground, where your patience is tested and your strength is built. During that time, focus not on what isn't happening, but on who you are becoming. Learn, heal, reflect, prepare, because when the right moment arrives, you won't have to chase what's meant for you. It will come naturally, and you will recognize it by the peace it brings. Delays are not detours, they are divine timing in disguise. Trust the rhythm of your life, just as the moon trusts the darkness before it shines again. Remember, the universe is never late. It's just making sure that when your blessing arrives, you're not the same person who once begged for it. You'll be wiser, calmer, and finally ready to receive what is truly meant for you. That's the secret Buddhist truth. When nothing seems to be happening, everything is actually unfolding perfectly. 5. Pain is the catalyst for awakening. Every person walking this earth has felt pain. It might come as heartbreak, betrayal, failure, or loss. Sometimes it arrives quietly, other times like a storm that tears through everything familiar. And when it does, your first instinct is to run from it, to numb it, to push it away. But in Buddhism, pain is not the enemy, it is the doorway. It is the fire that burns away illusion and reveals the truth that lies beneath all the layers of who you think you are. Without pain, there can be no awakening, because awakening is born in the ashes of what you thought your life should be. The Buddha himself didn't find enlightenment through comfort or ease. His journey began the day he saw suffering, sickness, old age, death, and realized that no amount of pleasure or wealth could protect him from life's impermanence. He left his palace not to escape pain, but to understand it. Through meditation, silence, and awareness, he discovered that pain itself was not the problem. Attachment to the idea of how life should be was. When you stop fighting pain and start observing it, something miraculous happens. It begins to teach you. Pain is the mind's alarm clock. It wakes you from the deep sleep of complacency. When everything is easy, you grow comfortable. You stop questioning, stop seeking. But when life shakes you, when your heart breaks, you are forced to look within. You begin to ask the questions you once ignored. Who am I really? What do I truly need? What am I clinging to that causes me to suffer? In that questioning lies the beginning of wisdom. Every painful experience carries within it the potential for transformation, if only you are brave enough to sit with it rather than run away. Buddhism teaches that suffering dukkha is not a punishment, it is a teacher. It points directly to the places within you that are still bound by attachment and illusion. When someone's words hurt you deeply, the pain reveals your attachment to their approval. When life takes something from you, the pain exposes your dependency on that thing for happiness. And when failure stings, it uncovers your belief that your worth depends on success. The pain doesn't come to destroy you, it comes to show you what still controls you. Once you see that clearly, the grip of suffering begins to loosen. There's a story in Zen Buddhism about a monk who was asked, "What is the path to enlightenment?" He replied, "Suffering." The student asked again, "And what follows suffering?" The monk smiled and said, "Awakening. That is the eternal truth. Pain and awakening are two sides of the same coin. The same fire that burns your illusions also forges your strength. Just as gold must endure intense heat to be purified, your soul must pass through difficulty to discover its brilliance. The very experiences you resent may be the ones that carve depth into your being and tenderness into your heart. The next time pain visits you, don't immediately seek to escape it. Instead, pause and listen. Ask your pain, "What are you trying to teach me?" It may whisper, "Slow down. Be present. Stop depending on what's leaving. Learn to let go." Pain has its own language, gentle but honest. If you can hear it, it will reveal the exact place where your freedom begins. Consider the lotus flower once more, a sacred symbol in Buddhism. It blooms in the dirtiest water, rising pure and untouched above the mud. The lotus does not resent the mud, it uses it. In the same way, the wise do not curse their suffering, they transform it. They take the mud of pain and turn it into nourishment for the soul. Without pain, there would be no depth, no compassion, no empathy. Pain softens the heart, humbles the ego, and reminds you that everything you seek outside already lives within. Buddhism also teaches the power of the middle way, the path between indulgence and avoidance. When you face pain, don't drown in it, but don't deny it either. Acknowledge it fully, feel it completely, and then release it with understanding. Running from pain gives it power, facing it dissolves it. In meditation, practitioners often observe their thoughts and emotions as clouds passing through the sky, temporary, transient, not self. When you do this with pain, you realize something profound. You are not your suffering, you are the awareness that observes it. And in that realization, freedom is born. Sometimes pain stays longer than you wish. It lingers in your chest, reminding you of something you lost or something you can't change. In those moments, remember this: the goal is not to eliminate pain, but to expand beyond it. Like a vast ocean that can hold both calm and storm, your consciousness can grow large enough to hold joy and sorrow without breaking. The storm doesn't define the sea, it simply passes through it. You too are that vastness. Pain may ripple your surface, but it cannot touch your depth. Over time, you begin to see that your greatest growth often comes from your darkest seasons. The heartbreak that made you cry also opened your heart to compassion. The failure that bruised your pride taught you humility. The loneliness that once crushed you helped you discover the beauty of your own company. Pain purified you, even when you didn't realize it. What once felt like punishment was actually preparation, preparing you to love more deeply, to live more consciously, and to meet life with grace. So the next time pain knocks at your door, don't slam it shut. Invite it in like an old friend who brings difficult but necessary truths. Sit with it, breathe through it, and trust that it has come to awaken something sacred within you. Because when you allow pain to transform you instead of define you, you discover the hidden gift at its core: awareness. And from awareness grows wisdom, compassion, and peace. Remember this: every scar you carry is a mark of your evolution. You have survived storms that once felt unbearable, and through them, you've become more real, more awake, more alive. Pain was never here to destroy you. It was here to strip away everything false, until all that remained was your true self, radiant, vast, and free. That is the Buddhist truth. The wound is not the end of your story, it is the beginning of your awakening. 6. Letting go is not losing, it's returning. In a world that teaches you to hold tighter, to fight harder, to never give up, the idea of letting go can feel like defeat. You're taught that letting go means losing something important, a person, a dream, a version of yourself. But in Buddhism, letting go is not about loss, it is about liberation. It's not the end of something, it's the beginning of seeing clearly. When you learn to release your grip, you don't fall into emptiness, you fall into peace. Letting go is not giving up. It is giving space for what is real to breathe. We suffer because we cling. We cling to people who have already left, to outcomes that never arrived, to the image of how life should have been. We replay the past, rewrite the future, and resist the present, and in doing so, we chain ourselves to what no longer exists. The Buddha said, "You only lose what you cling to." Every attachment you carry, whether to success, approval, comfort, or control, becomes a weight on your soul. You can't fly while holding tightly to what was meant to pass. Letting go is the act of unclenching your heart so it can feel again. Imagine holding a rope tightly while it's being pulled from the other side. The more you resist, the deeper it cuts into your hand. The moment you release it, the pain stops. That's the power of letting go. The pain doesn't come from life's changes. It comes from your refusal to accept them. When you let go, you don't lose what's meant for you. You lose only the tension that kept you trapped. What's truly yours, peace, freedom, clarity, remains. Buddhism teaches that all things are impermanent, anicca. The people you love, the things you own, the emotions you feel, everything arises, stays for a while, and eventually fades away. When you cling to the illusion of permanence, you suffer. Letting go means living in harmony with impermanence. It's saying, "I will love this fully," knowing it won't last forever. It's understanding that everything in life is a guest. Some stay for moments, others for years, but all eventually move on. And that's okay, because each one leaves behind a lesson. Think of the seasons. Spring never tries to hold on to summer, and autumn doesn't beg winter to stay away. They all come and go in their perfect rhythm. In the same way, the events of your life, joy, pain, love, loss, all have their seasons. When you try to keep what must go, you interrupt the flow of existence. But when you learn to let each season pass with gratitude, you begin to live in balance with life itself. Letting go then becomes a dance, graceful, gentle, and full of trust. When a relationship ends, we often call it heartbreak, but in truth, it's heart-opening. It's life showing you where you've built your identity around someone else and reminding you to return home to yourself. When a dream falls apart, it's not life mocking you. It's redirecting you towards something more aligned with your soul. Letting go means trusting that what is leaving your life is no longer helping your evolution. It may hurt, but it's making space for something more authentic to arrive. In Buddhist practice, monks learn to live lightly, owning little, expecting less, and flowing with change. They understand that attachment is the root of suffering because it binds the heart to conditions outside of itself. When you let go of your need to control outcomes, people, and time, you begin to discover a freedom that can't be taken away. You start realizing that peace was never found in holding on, it was found in surrender. Letting go doesn't mean erasing memories or pretending not to care. It means no longer allowing them to control you. You can still cherish what once was, but you don't have to carry it everywhere you go. It's like setting down a heavy backpack you've been wearing for years. The memories, the regrets, the what-ifs, you acknowledge them, learn from them, and finally release them. You realize that you were never meant to carry every stone from your past. You were meant to learn which ones to build with and which ones to leave behind. Often, people confuse letting go with indifference, but they are opposites. Indifference is cold and closed off. Letting go is warm and open. It's the act of loving without chains, caring without control, and trusting without fear. It's saying, I release this not because I don't care, but because I care enough to set it free. That's a love that transcends ownership, a love rooted in wisdom. Buddhism often speaks of the empty cup. If your cup is full of yesterday's attachments, anger, resentment, longing, There's no room for new blessings to pour in. Letting go empties that cup. It's an act of faith, saying, I may not know what's coming next, but I trust it will be what I need. When you do this, life begins to flow effortlessly again. You stop chasing and start allowing. You stop controlling and start receiving. You become like the sky, vast, open, and untouched by passing clouds. Think about a bird perched on a branch. It doesn't fear the branch breaking, because its trust is not in the branch, it's in its wings. Letting go is the same. When you release your grip on what you can't control, you remember your wings. You rediscover the strength, peace, and resilience that were within you all along. You realize that what you were trying to hold on to was never your safety, your awareness was. There is a deep, quiet beauty in letting go. It doesn't happen all at once. Sometimes it's slow, painful, and full of tears. But with each release, you feel lighter. Your mind becomes quieter. Your heart becomes softer. You stop trying to fix what's already fading and begin to trust that life knows what it's doing. In time, you'll look back and see that every person you released, every dream you outgrew, every chapter you closed, all of it brought you closer to peace. Letting go is not about forgetting, it's about remembering who you are without all the noise. Beneath the attachments, beneath the fears, beneath the endless desire to control life, there is a stillness, a part of you that is untouched by change. That stillness is your true self. When you let go of everything that is temporary, you return to that eternal part of you. That is why letting go is not losing, it is returning. Returning to presence, returning to freedom, returning to peace. And when you finally reach that state, you realize something profound that you never needed to hold on so tightly. The universe has always carried you. The waves you feared would drown you were the same ones guiding you home. So breathe, release, and trust. Because the moment you let go, you don't fall, you rise. 7. Everything is working for your enlightenment. There are moments in life when everything feels like chaos, when no matter how much effort you put in, things seem to break, fall apart, or move in the opposite direction. You pray for peace, yet storms rise. You work for stability, yet uncertainty grows. In those moments, your mind screams, "Why is this happening to me?" You search for meaning in your pain, in your confusion, in the unpredictable unfolding of your path. But Buddhism teaches that nothing is random. Every moment, from your greatest joy to your deepest heartbreak, is part of an invisible design leading you toward awakening. Even the moments you hate are secretly guiding you home. The Buddha often compared life to a vast ocean, sometimes calm, sometimes stormy, yet always in motion. You can't control the waves, but you can learn to surf them. Every rise and fall in your life is part of your spiritual education. Every situation, every person, every emotion you experience is a mirror reflecting your inner state. The kind person teaches you compassion. The difficult one teaches you patience. The betrayal teaches you detachment, and the loss teaches you impermanence. The universe is not punishing you, it is polishing you. Through pain and peace alike, it is preparing you for enlightenment, the moment when you finally see life not as something happening to you, but for you. When you look closely at your past, you'll see this truth hidden in plain sight. The job you didn't get pushed you toward the path you were meant to walk. The relationship that ended helped you discover self-love. The hardship that broke you forced you to grow stronger. At the time, you may have cursed these events, but now you see that without them, you wouldn't be who you are. The Buddhist view of karma and cause and effect reminds us that everything arises for a reason. Every event is part of a chain that connects to your awakening. Life is not a series of mistakes, it's a curriculum designed for your evolution. When the Buddha spoke of enlightenment, he didn't describe it as something that only happens after death or after years of isolation in the mountains. He described it as a shift in perception, a deep seeing into the truth of life. Enlightenment begins the moment you stop resisting reality. It's when you understand that life is not trying to break you, it's trying to wake you. The pain you feel is not cruelty. It's the universe tapping you on the shoulder, asking, "Are you ready to open your eyes yet?" Sometimes the universe sends gentle lessons, a delay, a small disappointment, a quiet reminder. But when we ignore those signs, the lessons grow louder. The pain increases, not out of punishment, but out of love. The universe will repeat the lesson until you understand it. This is why similar challenges seem to appear again and again. The same type of person hurting you, the same kind of job stressing you, the same emotion returning in different forms. It's not bad luck, it's unfinished learning. Until the mind sees clearly, the same pattern continues. Once awareness dawns, the cycle breaks, and you are freed. Every single experience you go through, even the ones that make no sense now, are carving something into your soul. When you're in the middle of it, you can't see the pattern, just like a person looking too closely at a painting only sees random strokes. But when you step back, you begin to notice the image forming the harmony between light and dark, joy and sorrow, gain and loss. The Buddha taught that suffering, dukkha, is not separate from the path, it is the path. Without suffering, there is no understanding. Without loss, there is no gratitude. Without challenge, there is no strength. Every twist of fate is leading you deeper into yourself. When you learn to see life through this lens, something shifts inside you. You stop labeling experiences as good or bad and start seeing them as teachers. The people who once triggered your anger become reflections showing you where peace is still missing. The setbacks that frustrated you become opportunities to practice patience. Even illness, loneliness, or failure transform into sacred invitations to slow down, to reconnect, to realign. Every single thing in your life is working together to help you awaken. The question is not, "Why is this happening?" but "What is this teaching me?" In Buddhist philosophy, this concept is beautifully captured in the story of the Chinese farmer. When his horse ran away, everyone said, "What bad luck?" The farmer replied, "Maybe." The next day, the horse returned with 3 wild horses. Everyone said, "What good luck?" The farmer replied, "Maybe." The following day, his son tried to ride one of the wild horses and broke his leg. "What bad luck?" they said. The farmer again replied, "Maybe." A week later, soldiers came to the village to recruit young men for war, but his son was spared because of his injury. Each event seemed good or bad in isolation, but in the larger picture, they were all interconnected. That's the Buddhist truth. Life's pieces only make sense when viewed together. The universe is a master teacher. It gives you exactly what you need at exactly the right time, even when it doesn't match what you want. Sometimes it teaches through blessings, sometimes through loss, but always through love. Even your most painful experiences are not meaningless. They are spiritual tools shaping your awakening. They break your illusions, expose your attachments, and guide you toward what's real. When you understand this, you begin to live differently. You stop trying to control the unfolding of your story and instead learn to trust it. You begin to see that every event, the joy, the loss, the stillness, is part of your transformation. Enlightenment isn't a destination. It's a state of awareness where you no longer resist the flow of life. You begin to understand that what happens externally is less important than what happens within you in response to it. You could face the same problem as before, but with a different mind, a calm, detached, compassionate mind. And in that state, even pain becomes a doorway to peace. Because now you know it's not happening against you, it's happening for you. To reach this understanding, one must practice mindfulness, the art of being fully present even in discomfort. Through mindfulness, you begin to see that every feeling, even suffering, is impermanent. It comes, it stays for a while, and it leaves. You realize that no emotion defines you. You are the awareness watching it all. In that moment of observation, something miraculous happens. Suffering loses its power. You stop identifying with your pain, and it dissolves naturally. You begin to understand that everything is transient, yet every transient thing contributes to your awakening. Sometimes, the universe hides blessings inside difficulties, so that only through struggle can you discover your inner strength. A butterfly must fight its way out of the cocoon. If you try to help it by cutting it open, it will never develop the muscles needed to fly. Similarly, life will not always make things easy, because ease does not build depth. You need resistance to grow. Every trial, every delay, every heartbreak, it's all training your soul to become lighter, freer, wiser. Think of a potter shaping clay. Each push, each spin, each squeeze, though uncomfortable for the clay, is necessary to form something beautiful. The same is true for you. The universe is the potter, and your life experiences are the hands molding you into your higher self. When you resist, you distort the shape. When you trust, you allow yourself to become art. Over time, as awareness deepens, you start to see patterns, how the most painful chapters of your life prepared you for the most meaningful ones. The nights you thought would break you taught you endurance. The people who left you taught you independence. The failures that humiliated you taught you humility. You realize that everything, even the chaos, had intelligence behind it. The universe never wastes a single experience. It recycles every tear, every moment of joy, every heartbreak, into wisdom, shaping your consciousness one lesson at a time. And when this realization finally sinks in, you stop fighting life. You stop blaming others. You stop doubting the process. You start to trust not blindly, but deeply, that even your pain has purpose. You begin to move through life with grace. You face challenges not with resistance, but with curiosity. What lesson is this moment offering me? And that curiosity transforms every hardship into a teacher. From this place of understanding, gratitude begins to bloom naturally. You become grateful, not just for your blessings, but also for your struggles. You see that everything was necessary. Every wrong turn, every delay, every goodbye, all of it was pushing you toward the truth. The truth that you are not separate from the universe. You are the universe, experiencing itself through the form of your life, and everything that happens to you is happening for your awakening to that realization. When you truly grasp this, even pain becomes sacred, even uncertainty becomes divine, because you finally understand that nothing was ever wasted, not a single moment, not a single tear. Everything has been working, quietly and perfectly, to bring you back to the stillness that has always been within you. So the next time you feel lost, remember this: you are not being punished, you are being guided. The confusion is not a mistake, it's the fog that hides the next mountain until you're ready to climb it. The silence is not absence, it's space for new understanding to arise. The waiting is not empty, it's fertile ground for growth. In the grand tapestry of existence, every thread, light and dark, weaves together to form your awakening. You are being led, step by step, experience by experience, toward greater awareness, compassion, and peace. Trust that everything is working for your enlightenment, even when it hurts, even when it doesn't make sense, even when your heart breaks. Because one day, you will look back and see that everything, every joy, every sorrow, every detour was leading you exactly where you were meant to be, into the luminous clarity of your awakened self. 8. The hidden order behind chaos. How the universe never makes mistakes. When life falls apart, it's easy to believe everything is out of control. Plans collapse, people you trusted turn away, Opportunities vanish right before you reach them. You stand in the middle of it all, wondering if the universe has forgotten you, if all your prayers were in vain. Yet Buddhism teaches something radically different, that even in chaos, there is perfect order. Every experience, every delay, every heartbreak unfolds with divine precision. The universe doesn't make mistakes. It operates with a wisdom far deeper than your mind can comprehend. What looks like disorder is simply a design too vast to see from where you stand. In the Buddha's teachings, there is a concept called dependent origination, the idea that everything arises because of specific causes and conditions. Nothing exists in isolation. Everything is connected in an endless chain of events. The breeze that moves the leaf that shades the seed that grows into a tree, and the tree that shelters countless beings, all are part of one living, breathing web of existence. This same law governs your life. Every encounter, every triumph, every failure is intertwined. The moment you realize this, you stop seeing your pain as random and start seeing it as purposeful. We humans crave control because we fear uncertainty. We want to know the reasons behind every twist in our story. When something painful happens, we demand explanations. Why this? Why me? Why now? But Buddhism reminds us that the mind's limited view cannot grasp the infinite intelligence of the universe. What seems like a setback might be a redirection. What feels like punishment might be protection. The storm you curse today might be clearing the path for tomorrow's sunrise. Everything you go through is leading you somewhere, just not always in the straight line your ego desires. Think of your life as a great tapestry. Up close, all you can see are tangled threads, dark colors twisting in confusion, knots where things seem messy and senseless. But step back, and suddenly a pattern emerges. The chaos becomes beauty. The mistakes become meaning. The pain becomes part of the picture. From the Buddha's perspective, life is like this. We suffer when we stare too closely, mistaking a single thread for the whole design. Enlightenment is what happens when you step back far enough to see that every thread, even the painful ones, was necessary for the masterpiece of your becoming. Every moment of suffering you've ever faced has pushed you toward awareness. Without disappointment, you wouldn't seek understanding. Without heartbreak, you wouldn't discover compassion. Without uncertainty, you wouldn't learn to surrender. The universe uses both joy and pain as instruments of your awakening. The soft moments teach you gratitude. The hard moments teach you resilience. One is not more sacred than the other. Both are essential parts of your spiritual evolution. But it's hard to trust the process when you're in the middle of it. When you're crying on the floor, when doors close in your face, when silence answers your prayers, it's hard to believe there's meaning in the mess. The Buddha never denied the reality of suffering. He simply taught how to transform it. Pain is certain, he said, but suffering is optional. The pain comes from life itself. The suffering comes from resistance, from believing that what's happening shouldn't be happening. When you resist, you create inner turmoil. But when you soften into acceptance, when you whisper, maybe this too is part of my journey, the suffering begins to dissolve. There's a profound teaching in Zen that says, the obstacle is the path. Whatever stands in your way is not blocking your growth, it is your growth. When you meet resistance, it's not life punishing you, it's life sculpting you. Each challenge chisels away a piece of your ego, revealing the deeper self beneath the self that is patient, wise, and unshaken by circumstance. You are being carved into clarity. The process may hurt, but it is sacred. A diamond is only created under pressure. A lotus only blooms in muddy water. Your chaos is not evidence of failure, it is evidence of transformation. If you look back, you'll see how perfectly everything has unfolded. The friendships that ended, the plans that changed, the heartbreaks that shattered you all, were stepping stones to where you are now. At the time, they felt unbearable, but without them, you wouldn't have grown. Life has a rhythm, a timing, a wisdom of its own. You cannot rush the sunrise or delay the tide. When you try to control what is beyond your control, you suffer. But when you align with the flow of existence, peace emerges. The Buddha taught that peace is not found by rearranging life, but by understanding it. Letting go of the illusion of control is the beginning of trust. Trust doesn't mean everything will go your way. It means you understand that whatever happens is still the way. It means believing that the universe knows what it's doing, even when you don't. When you trust, you stop fighting every change, stop questioning every delay, stop clinging to what's leaving. You begin to see that everything, every detour, every pause, every ending is part of a sacred choreography. The universe never wastes energy. It's always moving you toward balance, toward wisdom, toward awakening. Imagine a tree losing its leaves in autumn. If it could think like us, it might panic, believing it's dying, feeling abandoned by the Sunday. But the tree doesn't resist. It trusts. It lets go because it knows the process. It knows that only by shedding can it be renewed. Your life follows the same rhythm. You must lose to grow. You must be emptied to be filled. You must experience endings to make room for beginnings. The chaos you face today may simply be life clearing away what no longer serves you. In Buddhist thought, the universe operates like a mirror. Whatever energy you send out in thoughts, words, or actions returns to you in some form. This is not punishment, it's reflection. When you act with love, love finds its way back. When you act with fear, fear circles around. Life mirrors your inner state, so you can see what still needs healing. The situations that keep repeating are not coincidences, they are messages. The people who trigger you the most are not curses, they are teachers showing you the parts of yourself that crave awareness. Once you understand this, you stop seeing enemies and start seeing opportunities for growth. Every single event in your life, even the painful ones, is working toward one goal: your awakening. Awakening to the truth that peace was never dependent on the outside world. Awakening to the realization that joy isn't something to be achieved, but something already within you. The storms, losses, and heartbreaks don't take peace away, they reveal where you've hidden it. Through them, the universe says, "Here, look closer. You are still clinging. You are still identifying with the temporary. Let this go, and you will see the eternal." To the awakened mind, even suffering becomes sacred. When you stop resisting it, pain becomes a teacher, silence becomes wisdom, and chaos becomes movement toward order. You begin to notice subtle patterns in life, how endings lead to beginnings, how rejection leads to redirection, how loss leads to liberation. What once felt cruel now feels compassionate. You realize that life was never against you. It was always preparing you. Every tear watered the seeds of understanding. Every heartbreak cracked open your heart for compassion. Every failure humbled you into wisdom. The universe was not destroying you, it was refining you. This realization changes how you live. You stop rushing. You stop comparing your journey to others. You stop needing to know every answer. Instead, you learn to dwell in trust, to walk with faith even when the road disappears. You understand that enlightenment isn't found in escaping the world, but in fully living in it with awareness, acceptance, and grace. You become like the still lake that reflects the sky perfectly, unmoved by ripples on its surface. You still feel emotion, but emotion no longer rules you. You still face problems, but problems no longer define you. You become one with the rhythm of existence, flowing, adapting, and trusting. The Buddha once said, "Your work is to discover your work and then, with all your heart, to give yourself to it." That work is not about fame, wealth, or recognition. It's about understanding the truth of who you are and living in harmony with it. Everything that happens in your life, every joy, every sorrow, every silence, is pushing you toward that discovery. The universe conspires for your awakening in ways you can't always see. It arranges meetings, endings, and revelations in perfect timing. When you resist, it repeats the lesson. When you surrender, it reveals the wisdom. If you could see your life from the universe's view, you would bow in gratitude for every difficulty you've faced. You would understand that the storms that broke you were cleansing your path, that the heartbreaks that crushed you were expanding your capacity for love, that the losses that emptied you were creating space for something purer. You would see that every single experience, good or bad, was always working for you, not against you. So, when the world feels chaotic, when your plans dissolve, when you stand in confusion, breathe. Remember that you are not lost, you are being led. The road you're walking, even when unclear, is still the right one. The delays are alignments. The silence is protection. The pain is purification. Life is not random, it is intelligent, alive, and deeply compassionate. Trust that the same force that spins galaxies also guides your heart. The same law that governs the stars governs your destiny. One day, you will look back on everything you've endured and see it with new eyes. The tears will make sense, the detours will align, the broken pieces will form a pattern, and you will realize that through it all, the joy, the pain, the waiting, the universe was never making mistakes. It was sculpting you into the person you were always meant to become, awake, free, and at peace. Everything, absolutely everything, has been working not to punish you, but to perfect you, not to destroy you, but to awaken you, not to take from you, but to return you to yourself. The hidden order behind all chaos is this: the universe has always been on your side. And when you finally understand that truth, you will stop asking, "Why me?" and start whispering, with tears of gratitude, "Thank you." Because you will see that not one moment was wasted. Every single thing, every loss, every silence, every storm was leading you back to peace. 9. The law of divine timing. Why everything arrives when you are ready. There are seasons in life when waiting feels like suffering. You look at others moving ahead, achieving, finding love, discovering purpose, and you wonder why your path feels paused. You pray, you plan, you push, and still, life seems to stand still. Days turn into months, months into years, and you begin to question whether the universe has forgotten you. But in Buddhism, waiting is not punishment, it is preparation. There is a sacred rhythm behind the unfolding of your life. Everything arrives not when you want it, but when you are ready for it. This is the law of divine timing, the understanding that every event in the universe happens at the precise moment your soul is capable of receiving it. When the Buddha spoke about patience, khanti, he did not describe it as passive resignation. He described it as active trust, the kind of trust that says, "Even when I cannot see the plan, I believe in the process." Patience is not simply about enduring time, it's about transforming within it. While you wait, you are being shaped, refined, and strengthened in ways invisible to the eye. The universe is never idle. It is always working behind the scenes, aligning people, circumstances, and energies to meet you at the exact point of readiness. Think of a seed buried in the soil. For months, nothing seems to happen. The earth above remains quiet, unmoving, while the seed itself lies hidden in darkness. But inside that silence, transformation is taking place. The shell breaks, the roots begin to form, and slowly the seed prepares for the light. If it were forced to sprout before its time, it would die. The delay is not denial, it is protection. Likewise, your seasons of waiting are not empty. They are sacred times when your roots grow deep. What looks like stillness is silent construction. Often, we want what we are not yet equipped to handle. We think we are ready because our desires are strong, but readiness is not measured by desire, it is measured by understanding. You might want love, but are you ready to love without attachment? You might want success, but are you ready to remain humble when it comes? You might want peace, but are you ready to give up the chaos that once defined you? The universe waits until your heart is aligned with your intention. Until then, delays are divine, they protect you from premature arrival. There's a Buddhist saying, "When the student is ready, the teacher appears." This doesn't just refer to spiritual teachers, it refers to all of life. Every challenge, every opportunity, every person who enters your path comes when you are ready to learn what they came to teach. Nothing ever shows up early or late, only exactly on time. The universe has never missed an appointment. You might not understand the timing now, but one day you will look back and realize that everything arrived in perfect sequence, not a day too soon, not a moment too late. When you're caught in waiting, the mind becomes restless. It begins to measure your life by progress and productivity. You start to think, everyone is moving forward except me. But Buddhism teaches the art of being, not rushing from moment to moment, but living fully within the one that exists now. Waiting is not a pause in life. It is life. The flower doesn't resent the time before it blooms. The river doesn't rush toward the sea in anxiety. They both trust the rhythm that created them. Likewise, you too must learn to trust the timing of your own unfolding. The problem is not time itself, it's your relationship with it. When you attach your happiness to when something will happen, you create suffering. You say, "I'll be happy when I succeed, when I find love, when I heal, when I'm there." But the Buddha taught that the only moment you truly have is now. Life is not waiting to begin when things go your way. It's already happening, even in uncertainty. Each moment of waiting is part of your awakening, a classroom in which patience, surrender, and presence are taught. In your waiting, you are being polished. Impatience burns away illusions, the illusion of control, the illusion of knowing better than the universe. Every delay humbles you into understanding that you don't have to force what is naturally meant for you. You begin to see that the things truly meant for your path don't require frantic chasing. They unfold through alignment, not struggle. When your energy matches what you seek, the universe cannot help but deliver it to you. That is the quiet power of readiness. Look back at your life and notice how many times you begged for something that never came, only to later realize it would have hurt you. The relationship you once thought was the one would have distracted you from your purpose. The job you desperately wanted would have drained your spirit. The dream you chased too early might have crushed under the weight of your inexperience. The universe is not cruel for saying, "Not yet." It is compassionate. It holds things back until they can bless you, not break you. In Buddhism, time is not linear, it is cyclical, like the seasons. There are moments for sowing, moments for growth, and moments for harvest. Each phase has value. When you try to skip one, the entire balance is disrupted. A farmer does not plant today and expect fruit tomorrow. He trusts that nature will take its course, that the rains will come, the sun will shine, and eventually the seeds will bear fruit. Likewise, when you live with awareness, you begin to see that your current phase, whether joyful or painful, is preparing the next one. Each season has a role in your awakening. The seasons of delay are also the seasons of self-discovery. When external progress slows, the internal journey deepens. You learn patience, humility, and faith. You learn to listen to silence, to find meaning in stillness, to sit with uncertainty without losing peace. Waiting teaches you that your value is not tied to how fast things happen. Your worth exists, even when nothing seems to move. It's in the waiting that you remember who you are beyond the noise of ambition. The Buddha once said, "If you let cloudy water settle, it will become clear." This is the essence of divine timing. When your mind is restless, you cannot see clearly. But when you slow down and trust the process, clarity rises naturally. Often, what you think you need right now is not what you truly need. Time, patience, and reflection reveal the difference. The universe delays not to punish you, but to help you see what's real. You might feel forgotten, but you are being ripened. You might feel overlooked, but you are being refined. You might feel delayed, but you are being aligned. Divine timing is not about waiting for something, it's about becoming someone. The person who receives what you are asking for is not the same person who's asking for it now. You are being molded into the one who can hold what's coming with grace. The universe doesn't rush. Look at nature. The moon takes its time to wax and wane. The tides rise and fall in perfect rhythm. The tree grows one ring at a time. Nothing is rushed, yet everything arrives on schedule. In the same way, your life follows a divine rhythm. Your task is not to control the pace, but to align your energy with the flow. When you learn to flow with life instead of forcing it, timing stops feeling like an obstacle and becomes your ally. Even the delays that frustrate you are sacred. They are the spaces where transformation happens. When nothing is moving, something inside you is shifting, old patterns breaking, new wisdom forming, deeper faith awakening. The universe works quietly in these moments, rearranging circumstances, healing unseen wounds, and aligning paths. What feels like waiting is often divine preparation for what's next. When the moment finally arrives, it will be effortless. You won't have to chase, plead, or struggle. What is meant for you will feel natural, like breathing. You'll realize that it wasn't the universe that was late. It was you who needed time to grow into readiness. The delays weren't blocks, they were bridges, and every second of waiting was time spent building the strength, clarity, and maturity required for what's coming. So if you find yourself in a season of waiting right now, don't rush to escape it. Breathe into it. Ask yourself, what is this time trying to teach me? The answer might be patience, surrender, or trust. Or perhaps it's simply the reminder that life is unfolding in perfect rhythm, even when you can't see it. Learn to rest in the faith that nothing meant for you will ever pass you by. Divine timing isn't something you wait for, it's something you align with. You align through mindfulness, gratitude, and surrender. When you stop fighting time and start flowing with it, peace begins to rise naturally. You begin to trust that the universe's delays are not mistakes, but masterpieces in the making. And one day, when the right moment arrives, when the waiting ends and the door opens, you'll understand why you had to wait so long. You'll look back and see that the universe never ignored you. It was preparing you all along. The things you thought were delays were actually sacred pauses, moments meant to deepen your roots, expand your awareness, and shape your destiny. The truth is, life has never been late. The universe has never been wrong. It has been timing everything perfectly, including you. Every breath, every delay, every unanswered prayer has been part of your preparation. The moment you truly understand this, peace enters your soul. You stop racing the clock and begin to live in divine rhythm, calm, trusting, patient, because now you know that nothing happens before its time, and when it finally does, it will feel as though it was always meant to be. 10. The universe is always speaking. Learn to listen beyond the noise. There are moments in every life when the world feels unbearably silent, when your prayers seem to vanish into the air, when your efforts lead nowhere, when guidance feels far away. You ask for signs, for clarity, for a reason to keep believing, yet all you hear is silence, and in that silence, doubt begins to grow. You start to wonder if the universe has gone quiet, if the divine has turned its face away. But Buddhism teaches something profoundly comforting. The universe is never silent. It is always speaking not in words, but in whispers. Not in noise, but through the rhythm of your experiences, the movement of your emotions, and the quiet unfolding of your path. The problem is not that the universe stopped communicating, it's that you stopped listening. The Buddha taught that wisdom arises from stillness. When the mind is noisy, caught in fear, desire, and comparison, you cannot hear the subtle language of life. You can only hear your own thoughts echoing back. But when the mind grows quiet through mindfulness, meditation, or surrender, you begin to perceive a deeper communication. The rustle of leaves, the timing of events, the faces you meet, the obstacles that appear, all of these are messages from the universe, each carrying meaning. Life is constantly conversing with you, shaping your understanding through experience. Every joy, every challenge, every delay is a teaching disguised as circumstance. When you truly begin to observe, you'll notice that life speaks in patterns. A door closes and another opens in the same week. A stranger says something that answers a question you've been silently holding. You think about someone, and they suddenly call. These are not coincidences. They are synchronicities, the universe's way of weaving your story with invisible threads of purpose. Buddhism reminds us that nothing arises without cause. Every moment is connected to what came before, and every outcome is part of the unfolding of karma. When you are awake, you start to see the threads, how the smallest choices ripple into your destiny. But to hear the universe, you must unlearn the habit of rushing. In modern life, everything screams for your attention. Notifications, deadlines, opinions, and noise fill every waking moment. In that rush, you lose the ability to listen inwardly. True listening doesn't happen through the ears. It happens through presence. When you slow down, breathe, and simply be, awareness sharpens. You begin to sense guidance not as a booming voice from the sky, but as a gentle knowing from within. That intuition, that soft pull in your heart, is how the universe speaks. Many people mistake guidance for miracles that shout, but real guidance whispers. It comes as a sudden feeling that something isn't right, as a peaceful certainty that you should take a certain step, as a quiet resistance when something isn't aligned. It rarely comes when you demand it. It comes when you are calm enough to receive it. Like a still lake reflecting the moon, only a quiet mind can reflect truth. In Buddhist practice, there is a concept known as sati mindfulness, the art of paying attention to what is, without judgment or distraction. Mindfulness opens the doorway to hearing the universe. When you live mindfully, you notice the little signs that once seemed random. You see that the person who hurt you was not a mistake, but a lesson. You recognize that the delay you resented was actually a blessing in disguise. You start to realize that every moment, pleasant or painful, carries meaning. The entire universe becomes your teacher, and every experience becomes a verse in your awakening. The truth is, the universe speaks most clearly when life doesn't go your way. When everything is smooth, you rarely stop to question or reflect. But when things fall apart, when plans collapse, relationships end, or uncertainty takes over, you are forced to listen. The silence that follows chaos is sacred. It's in that space that life whispers its deepest truths. What feels like being lost is often the universe redirecting you. What feels like failure is often protection. What feels like emptiness is often space being made for something new. The Buddha's life itself is a testimony to this. Before his enlightenment, Siddhartha faced silence, confusion, and immense inner struggle. He sat beneath the Bodhi tree, not to escape the noise of the world, but to listen beyond it. And in that silence, truth revealed itself not in a divine voice, but in the direct seeing of reality as it is. The realization came when he understood that everything, joy, pain, gain, loss, was part of the same cycle, and that peace was found not in control, but in awareness. You too are sitting under your own Bodhi tree every time you pause and listen deeply to life. When you stop running from discomfort and simply sit with what is, you begin to hear what the universe has been trying to tell you all along. Sometimes it says, let go. Sometimes it says, not yet. Sometimes it says nothing at all because the lesson is not in words, but in endurance. The universe also speaks through repetition. When the same lesson appears again and again, it's not bad luck. It's life asking, have you learned this yet? If you keep meeting the same kind of people, facing the same type of challenges, or feeling stuck in the same patterns, that's not coincidence. It's curriculum. Until awareness dawns, the same teacher will keep showing up in different disguises. The moment you truly learn, the pattern breaks, not because the universe changed, but because you did. Silence itself is one of the universe's greatest teachers. It is in silence that you hear the language beyond language, the energy of presence, the pulse of existence. In meditation, you might notice that silence is not empty. It's full. It hums with life. It holds every possibility, every truth, every answer. When you sit in stillness long enough, the need for answers dissolves. You no longer chase signs, you become the sign. You start to understand that the universe doesn't exist outside of you. It moves through you. You are not separate from it. You are the channel through which it expresses itself. One of the greatest illusions is that guidance is somewhere else, hidden in the future or locked in destiny. But Buddhist wisdom teaches that the universe reveals itself in every present moment. The chirping of birds, the flicker of sunlight, the ache in your heart, the conversation with a stranger, all of it is part of the same great dialogue. The question is, are you listening, or are you distracted by the noise of wanting something different? To listen to the universe, you must cultivate inner spaciousness. This doesn't mean isolating yourself from life. It means being fully present within it, but unattached. When you listen without trying to control the outcome, you hear more clearly. When you observe without labeling things as good or bad, wisdom arises naturally. The universe speaks through neutrality. Its language is balance, not the extremes of pleasure or pain, but the still point between them. When your heart is steady, you can finally hear its voice. Every time something happens in your life, whether you label it good or bad, pause and ask, what is this trying to show me? That simple question transforms confusion into understanding. The more you practice this awareness, the more you realize that nothing ever happens to you, everything happens for you. Even heartbreak becomes holy when seen as communication. The person who walked away didn't abandon you. They completed their lesson in your story. The opportunity that vanished didn't betray you. It redirected you towards something higher. The pain that lingers isn't punishing you, it's awakening you. Buddhism teaches that the universe is a mirror reflecting your inner world. What you see outside is a projection of what lives within. When you are restless, the world appears chaotic. When you are calm, the same world seems peaceful. The more you heal internally, the more clearly you perceive the external. When your mind is still, even the smallest things, a breeze, a scent, a smile, become divine messages reminding you of your connection to everything. Over time, listening becomes a way of living. You stop seeking signs desperately and start being the awareness that recognizes them effortlessly. You trust the rhythm of life. You stop asking, "Why me?" and begin whispering, "Teach me." You realize that every sound, every silence, every coincidence is a thread in the same fabric of truth. The universe is not trying to test you. It's trying to talk to you, to wake you up to the fact that you are not separate from it. You are the listener and the speaker, the question and the answer, the student and the teacher. When you reach this understanding, peace takes root. You no longer panic in uncertainty, because you know guidance will come not through noise, but through knowing. You stop fearing the unknown because you've learned to trust the intelligence that created you. You begin to walk through life with open eyes and an open heart, aware that the divine is communicating constantly in laughter, in loss, in stillness, and in sound. So if you feel unheard, pause. Go somewhere quiet, a garden, a room, a place under the sky, and simply listen. Listen not for words, but for presence. Notice the wind, the rhythm of your breath, the beating of your heart. The universe speaks through these, through the language of existence itself. It doesn't shout, it doesn't argue, it simply is. When you quiet the storms within you, you begin to hear it again, that gentle, endless voice whispering, trust, flow, let go. And in that moment, something miraculous happens. The chaos doesn't disappear, but it no longer controls you. You realize that the universe was never silent. It was waiting for you to become still enough to hear. You finally understand that every challenge, every silence, every coincidence was part of a single conversation between you and the infinite. And in that sacred realization, the noise of the world fades, leaving only peace. Because the truth is simple yet eternal. The universe has never stopped speaking to you. It has only been waiting for you to remember how to listen. 11. The wisdom of surrender, flowing with the current of life. There comes a time in every human life when the weight of trying to control everything becomes too heavy to bear. You plan carefully, work tirelessly, pray sincerely, and yet life still seems to unfold in ways you did not expect, often in directions you never intended. The relationship you thought would last forever ends. The dream you nurtured for years suddenly fades. The path you believed was yours becomes uncertain and dark. In those moments, your heart aches, your mind resists, and your spirit asks, why does life keep doing this to me? But Buddhism offers a liberating truth. Life is not happening to you. It's happening through you. The universe is not your enemy, and your path is not against you. It only becomes painful when you try to fight the natural flow of existence. The secret is surrender, not as defeat, but as deep wisdom. In the teachings of the Buddha, surrender does not mean weakness, laziness, or resignation. It means aligning yourself with reality as it is, instead of constantly demanding that it be what you wish. It is the art of releasing resistance, of loosening your grip on control, ego, and expectation. When you stop trying to push the river and instead learn to float with it, you discover a peace that cannot be shaken. Life, in its essence, is not a battle to be won, it's a dance to be joined. When you learn to move with it, step by step, rise by rise, fall by fall, suffering begins to fade, and understanding takes its place. The Buddha compared life to a flowing stream. Each moment is a drop of water, transient, alive, unstoppable. You cannot hold on to it without pain, nor can you force it to move faster. When you fight the current, you exhaust yourself. When you surrender, you begin to float. The current doesn't ask you to do anything. It simply carries you toward where you are meant to be. That is the paradox of surrender. The moment you stop struggling, you start progressing. The human ego resists this truth. It clings to control, believing it can outsmart the unfolding of the universe. If I just try harder, it says, I can make everything go my way. But control is an illusion. You can guide your actions, but you cannot control outcomes. You can choose your effort, but not the timing of results. The Buddhist path invites you to see that your need to control everything is what binds you to suffering. True freedom begins not when you gain more power, but when you release the illusion of power altogether. Surrender is not about abandoning effort, it's about abandoning attachment to results. The Buddha taught the principle of karma yoga before it had a name. Act with full sincerity, but let go of what happens next. Plant your seeds with love, but do not cling to the harvest. The joy of life is not in controlling the outcome, but in living fully within the process. When you trust the process, even uncertainty becomes sacred. There's a beautiful metaphor used in Zen. Imagine holding a handful of sand. The tighter you squeeze, the more slips through your fingers. The looser your grip, the more sand remains. Life works the same way. When you cling tightly to people, to success, to identity, you end up losing what you're trying to keep. But when you open your hands and let life breathe, what's meant for you stays naturally. You begin to understand that what leaves you was never truly yours, and what stays never needs to be forced. Many people fear surrender because they mistake it for passivity, as if letting go means doing nothing. But surrender is not about inactivity, it's about inner alignment. You still take action, but from a place of peace, not panic. You still dream, but without desperation. You still care deeply, but without clinging. When your actions arise from surrender instead of control, they flow effortlessly. Things begin to fall into place, not because you forced them, but because you finally stopped resisting their natural timing. Think about how nature operates. The sun doesn't rush to rise, it simply shines when its time comes. The tree doesn't force its branches to grow, it allows them to reach toward the light in their own rhythm. The ocean doesn't cling to its waves, it lets each one rise and fall in perfect harmony. Nature surrenders effortlessly, and in doing so, it achieves perfection. You, too, are part of that same nature. The more you fight against the flow of life, the more disconnected you feel. But when you return to flow, you remember your place in the great rhythm of existence. In Buddhist meditation, practitioners often focus on the breath, the ultimate symbol of surrender. You don't force the breath, you observe it. You allow it to come and go naturally. Each inhale and exhale becomes a reminder that control is unnecessary. Life sustains itself. Every breath you take is proof that something greater than your will is keeping you alive. When you truly absorb this truth, a profound relaxation enters your heart. You no longer need to grasp at control because you see that life has always been carrying you. To surrender is to trust this unseen intelligence, to know that the same force that guides the stars and seasons also guides your path. Even when you cannot understand why things are unfolding as they are, you can trust that they are unfolding with purpose. Sometimes, what feels like chaos is life reorganizing your destiny. Sometimes, what looks like loss is life clearing space for something higher. Sometimes, what feels like silence is life asking you to listen more deeply. When you surrender to this wisdom, anxiety dissolves and peace returns. Buddhism teaches that suffering arises when we resist what is. The mind says, "This shouldn't be happening." But the universe says, "It already is." The more you resist, the more tension you create. But when you surrender to reality, when you say, "Let this moment be what it is," peace begins to rise from within. Acceptance does not mean you approve of everything. It means you recognize that fighting what's already real is useless. From that acceptance, wise action can emerge naturally. Consider the story of a monk crossing a raging river. He cannot fight the current, it's too powerful. So instead, he lets go, floating with the water until it carries him safely to shore. When asked how he survived, he simply replies, "By surrendering to the current." In life, surrender is the same. The current of existence is too vast to control. But when you learn to flow with it, you discover that it carries you exactly where you need to go. The deeper your surrender, the lighter you become. You stop trying to force outcomes, stop overanalyzing every detail, stop chasing people who are walking away. You begin to trust timing, to breathe into uncertainty, to relax into the unfolding of your path. This doesn't mean everything becomes perfect. It means you stop needing perfection to feel peace. You start to see beauty in imperfection, grace in change, and wisdom in delay. As you continue to practice surrender, you begin to notice something miraculous. Life starts to cooperate with you. The things you once chased begin to approach on their own. Opportunities arise effortlessly. People who align with your energy appear naturally. The reason is simple. When you stop swimming upstream, you move with the current of universal flow. The same river that once felt hostile now becomes your ally. This shift changes your entire relationship with life. You stop seeing problems as enemies and start seeing them as teachers. You stop viewing endings as tragedies and start recognizing them as transitions. You stop fearing change and begin to welcome it. Because you finally understand that life is intelligent, it knows what it's doing. Your job is not to resist the current, but to remain conscious as it moves you. There's a story in Buddhist tradition about a student who asked his master, "How do I find peace?" The master simply replied, "Stop arguing with life." The student was puzzled. "But how do I do that?" The master smiled and said, "Whenever life pushes you one way, don't push back." The student practiced this advice, and slowly he found that peace didn't come from controlling life, but from cooperating with it. This is the heart of surrender, peace through cooperation with reality. To surrender also means to trust the mystery. You won't always understand why something happens, and that's okay. Some answers come only with time, others come through silence. The mind craves certainty, but certainty is a trap. It closes the door to growth. When you embrace mystery, you begin to experience life with childlike wonder again. You realize that not knowing is sacred. The unknown is not emptiness, it's infinite possibility. True surrender is not a one-time event, it's a daily practice. Every day offers countless opportunities to release control, to stop arguing, stop forcing, stop clinging. You surrender when you forgive instead of holding grudges. You surrender when you breathe through anger instead of reacting. You surrender when you allow someone to leave without begging them to stay. You surrender when you let silence be enough. Each act of letting go brings you closer to freedom. When you live in surrender, you begin to experience something extraordinary. Life starts to feel lighter, almost effortless. You still face challenges, but they no longer break you. You still experience pain, but it doesn't define you. You move with life instead of against it, and suddenly everything flows. You discover that the peace you were searching for was never outside you. It was waiting beneath all the resistance. In Buddhism, this is the ultimate awakening, the realization that you were never separate from life to begin with. You are not the one fighting the current, you are the current itself. The struggle was an illusion created by the mind. The moment you stop fighting, the illusion dissolves. What remains is peace, clarity, and connection with all that is. So the next time you find yourself wrestling with life, when plans fall apart, when people disappoint you, when the future feels uncertain, take a deep breath and whisper to yourself, "I surrender." Not in defeat, but in trust. Let the current carry you. Trust that it knows the way, even when you cannot see it. Because in the grand design of existence, nothing is ever truly out of control. The same intelligence that orchestrates the stars, seasons, and tides is guiding your path too. When you stop resisting, you finally see that every wave that once frightened you was never meant to drown you, only to teach you how to float. And as you surrender deeper into the rhythm of life, you realize the most profound truth of all, that peace was never something to be found. It was what you became when you stopped fighting the flow. 12. The illusion of control and the freedom of trust. Let life lead you home. There is a quiet exhaustion that builds inside the human heart, the fatigue of trying to control everything. From the moment we wake up, we plan, manage, analyze, and worry. We want life to unfold according to our design. We want people to act as we expect, opportunities to arrive on schedule, dreams to manifest without detours. And when they don't, we panic. We question the universe. We cling harder. But the harder we hold on, the more things slip away. The Buddha called this tanha, the craving for control, the thirst for certainty, and he taught that this craving is the root of human suffering. Every moment you try to control is a moment you resist the natural flow of existence. And life is movement, ever-changing, unpredictable, alive. You can no more control life than you can trap the wind in your hands, but when you try, you create friction between what is and what you wish it to be. That friction is pain. The truth, as Buddhism teaches, is both simple and difficult to accept. Peace is not found in control, but in trust. The freedom you seek will never come from mastering life. It comes from learning to let it lead you. The illusion of control is seductive. It gives you a false sense of safety. You think, if I plan well enough, if I work hard enough, if I worry long enough, I can make things go right. But control is a fragile comfort. It works only until life changes, and life always changes. The moment something unpredictable happens, that illusion shatters, and you are left face to face with uncertainty. The Buddha called this anicca, impermanence, the truth that nothing in the universe stays fixed. To fight impermanence is to fight reality itself. You see this everywhere. The parent who tries to control their child's choices and ends up losing their trust. The lover who clings too tightly and drives away the one they love. The professional who tries to control every outcome and ends up burned out and bitter. The more you attempt to control the world, the more life reminds you that you are not its master, you are its guest. You are here to participate, not to dictate. Trust, on the other hand, is the quiet courage of alignment. It doesn't mean you stop caring or stop acting. It means you stop resisting. It is the understanding that life knows what it's doing, even when you don't. When you trust, you stop needing to know how things will work out, and you begin to focus on what the moment is asking from you right now. The mind wants control because it fears collapse. The heart trusts because it knows that even collapse is part of creation. Buddhism teaches that everything in life operates under the law of cause and effect karma. Every action, every word, every thought plants a seed. Some seeds grow quickly, others take years, even lifetimes. But none are wasted. What happens to you now is the fruit of past causes, not punishment, but education. When you understand this, you stop demanding instant results. You trust that life's timing, though mysterious, is precise. Control says, I want it now. Trust says, I will grow until I am ready. To see the difference between control and trust, look at the difference between fear and faith. Fear says, if I let go, everything will fall apart. Faith says, if I let go, everything will fall into place. Fear needs answers. Faith thrives in mystery. Fear tries to force outcomes. Faith allows life to unfold. The Buddha described this as the middle way, the path between grasping and avoidance. It's not about giving up on life. It's about engaging with it fully, without obsession or resistance. You act with clarity and compassion, but you release attachment to the results. Imagine a surfer riding a massive wave. The surfer doesn't control the ocean. He reads it, aligns with it, trusts its rhythm. His power comes not from fighting the wave, but from moving with it. That's what trust looks like, dancing with life instead of wrestling it. You learn to sense the energy of each moment, when to paddle forward, when to rest, when to let the wave carry you. The universe moves like that ocean, vast, unpredictable, but intelligent. The more you resist, the more you crash. The more you trust, the more you glide. Control is rooted in fear, fear of loss, fear of uncertainty, fear of vulnerability. But the truth is, loss is part of life, uncertainty is part of growth, and vulnerability is part of love. Without them, you wouldn't evolve. Control tries to build walls around the heart. Trust opens the doors. Control isolates. Trust connects. When you surrender to trust, life stops feeling like a battlefield and starts feeling like a teacher. You might ask, how do I learn to trust life? The answer begins with awareness. Notice when you're trying to control. Pay attention to how your body tenses, how your breath shortens, how your mind races. Then ask yourself, can I allow this moment to be as it is? You don't have to like it, just stop fighting it. Trust begins when resistance ends. When you stop pushing against what is, you start to flow with what can be. The Buddha compared the human mind to a lake. When the water is agitated, you cannot see your reflection. When it's calm, clarity appears naturally. Control is the agitation. It churns the water with endless effort and anxiety. Trust is the stillness. It allows wisdom to rise on its own. When you stop stirring the water of life with what if and why me, truth surfaces effortlessly. There's a profound beauty in trusting the unseen. You don't need to see the whole path to take the next step. You don't need to understand the entire picture to know it's beautiful. Life reveals itself piece by piece, like dawn revealing the landscape. You cannot force the sun to rise, but you can trust that it will. In the same way, you cannot force clarity, healing, or success, but you can trust that they're coming, in their own time, through the rhythm of the universe. Sometimes, what feels like chaos is actually a hidden order rearranging itself. You lose a job, and later realize it pushed you toward your true purpose. A friendship fades, only to create space for deeper connections. A heartbreak cracks you open to a new level of compassion. Life doesn't destroy without rebuilding. It prunes what no longer serves so that new growth can emerge. But to see this clearly, you must trust that everything is happening for you, not against you. This trust doesn't come overnight. It's cultivated through experience, reflection, and letting go again and again. Each time life doesn't go as planned, you are being invited to practice trust. Each disappointment is a doorway to faith. Each uncertainty is an initiation into wisdom. The more you surrender, the more you see that life's apparent detours are actually its most direct routes to your awakening. Trust transforms how you relate to pain. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" you begin to ask, "What is this teaching me?" Instead of resisting discomfort, you observe it. Instead of labeling events as good or bad, you simply watch them pass, like clouds in the sky. In that spaciousness, peace begins to grow. Trust doesn't remove pain, but it removes the extra suffering that comes from believing pain shouldn't exist. The Dhammapada says, "Let go of the past, let go of the future, let go of the present, and cross to the farther shore." This doesn't mean apathy, it means release. When you let go of clinging to time, to how things should have been or must be, you reach a timeless peace. Trust is what allows you to rest in that state. You realize that every moment, even the one that hurts, is part of your crossing. Sometimes, trust feels impossible. You pray for strength and receive silence. You ask for clarity and get confusion. You give your best and still lose. In those moments, remember, silence doesn't mean absence. The universe often speaks through stillness. When nothing is happening outside, it means everything is happening within. The delay is the cocoon, a space where transformation occurs unseen. You're not being ignored, you're being molded. Control will always tell you, do more, push harder, fix it now. Trust whispers, wait, watch, let it unfold. The world praises the first voice, it calls it ambition, discipline, drive. But the second voice is where true wisdom lives. Trust doesn't mean inaction, it means aligned action. It means doing what you can, then letting go of what you can't. It's the middle ground between chaos and faith, between effort and ease. The essence of trust is remembering that life is intelligent, the same intelligence that turns a seed into a tree, that paints the sky with stars, that guides the moon and tides. That same intelligence is guiding you. Your mind can't comprehend it, but your soul can feel it. Trust is listening to that quiet feeling that says, even though I can't see the whole picture, I know it's working for me. In the end, control is about fear of loss, but trust reveals that nothing real can ever be lost. The love you've given, the lessons you've learned, the truth you've lived, these remain forever. What passes away was never truly yours to begin with. Life takes nothing that isn't meant to be released. It removes only what limits you. So when the storms come, when plans fall apart, and life refuses to follow your script, pause, breathe, remind yourself, this too is part of the plan. You don't have to understand it now. You just have to trust that someday you will. Let life lead you where it needs to take you. Trust is the bridge between confusion and clarity, between chaos and peace. When you walk that bridge, you stop living from fear and start living from flow. You begin to see that you were never the one directing life, you were always being directed by it. Your only task was to stay awake enough to follow its lead. As you surrender deeper into trust, you will find that peace no longer depends on outcomes. It becomes your constant companion, flowing quietly beneath every experience. You begin to live like the river, bending, adapting, yet always moving toward the ocean. You stop trying to force the current and start becoming one with it. And one day, when you look back at your journey, you'll smile at all the moments you thought were wrong turns. You'll realize they were the most beautiful detours, each one guiding you closer to wisdom, humility, and truth. You'll see that the universe was never chaotic, never unfair. It was always faithful, always kind. The illusion of control will have dissolved completely by then, replaced by something infinitely greater. Peace, the kind that doesn't depend on perfect circumstances, but on perfect trust. You will finally understand that your task in life was never to master the flow, but to merge with it. You will see that every twist and turn was part of the same current, leading you, patiently and perfectly, back to the only destination that ever mattered, home, within yourself. 13. The sacred balance between effort and surrender, the middle path to inner freedom. Every person alive struggles between two powerful forces, the desire to control and the call to let go. On one hand, we are told that life rewards effort, discipline, and determination. On the other, we are reminded that peace comes from surrender, from releasing expectations and trusting the universe. The question arises, which one is right? Should we strive harder or let things flow? Should we take charge or step back? Buddhism answers this timeless question with a profound truth. Both are necessary, and the key lies in balance. Life is not meant to be conquered or escaped. It is meant to be danced with gracefully, consciously, and in rhythm with the flow of existence. This harmony between effort and surrender is what the Buddha called the middle path. It is not the path of extremes, neither indulgence nor denial, neither blind action nor total inaction. It is the way of awareness, where you engage fully with life, but remain unattached to the outcome. In the middle path, you still act, but without obsession. You still dream, but without desperation. You work hard, but your heart stays at peace. This balance is what transforms ordinary living into a spiritual practice. Every breath, every decision, every challenge becomes an opportunity to awaken. Effort is essential because it refines your character. Without effort, no seed becomes a tree, no mind becomes wise, no soul awakens. In Buddhism, this kind of conscious effort is known as right effort, one of the elements of the Noble Eightfold Path. It's not about exhausting yourself or forcing things. It's about directing your energy wisely toward what nourishes your mind and heart. It is the effort to be kind when anger tempts you, to be mindful when distraction calls, to rise again when you stumble. True effort is gentle yet determined, a river carving mountains through patience, not violence. But even the purest effort has its limits. If effort becomes obsession, if striving turns into grasping, you drift from the middle path and fall into suffering. You start believing that peace can only be earned, that joy must be forced into existence. You tighten your mind and heart, thinking control equals strength, but the harder you grip life, the more it slips through your fingers. It's like trying to hold water in a clenched fist. The tighter you squeeze, the less you have. This is where surrender enters, not as weakness, but as wisdom. Surrender is the counterbalance to effort, the softening that keeps your striving from turning into struggle. It is the understanding that you are not the doer of all things. You are a participant in a vast, interconnected web of causes and effects. You act with sincerity, but you also know that outcomes depend on countless factors beyond your control. Timing, karma, others' choices, unseen variables. Surrender allows you to rest in the truth that your role is to act with awareness, not to control the entire unfolding of the universe. When you combine effort and surrender, you align your human energy with divine rhythm, and life begins to move through you effortlessly. Think of a musician playing an instrument. They must learn technique, practice scales, discipline their hands. That's effort. But the magic happens only when they let go, when they stop thinking about the notes and simply feel the music. Then the music plays through them. Life works the same way. Effort gives you skill. Surrender gives you grace. Effort builds the foundation. Surrender allows beauty to flow. The dance of these two forces is what creates harmony in both art and existence. In your own life, you've felt this balance before. Those moments when you worked diligently, yet calmly, when things seemed to flow naturally. You weren't forcing, you were in rhythm. The effort was there, but it was effortless. That's the state Buddhists call flowing mindfulness. You are doing, yet not clinging to the doing. You are acting, yet free from anxiety about the result. You're fully present, fully alive, and that presence itself becomes meditation. To live in balance, you must first understand what throws you off. Attachment pulls you to one extreme, and fear pushes you to the other. When you're attached to success, you overexert yourself, exhausting mind and body in pursuit of control. When you're afraid of failure, you retreat into passivity, convincing yourself that detachment means doing nothing. Both are distortions. The middle path invites you to walk between them, to engage without grasping, to detach without avoiding. This balance isn't easy, because the human mind loves extremes. It wants certainty, not harmony. It wants formulas, not flow. It's easier to say, work hard for everything or let go of everything than to live in the subtle awareness of both. But spiritual maturity begins when you stop living in opposites and start embracing paradox. When you see that effort and surrender are not enemies, they are partners in your evolution. Buddhism uses the metaphor of a lute to explain this. A monk once asked the Buddha how to find balance in meditation. The Buddha asked, "When the strings of a lute are too tight, what happens?" The monk replied, "They break." "And when they're too loose?" "They make no sound." The Buddha smiled and said, "The same is true of your mind. Keep it tuned, not too tight, not too loose." This is the middle path. Too much effort leads to tension, too little leads to stagnation. The art lies in knowing when to tighten and when to loosen, when to act and when to trust. Effort without surrender creates exhaustion. Surrender without effort creates passivity. Together, they form the rhythm of wisdom. You learn when to push forward and when to pause. You learn that not every door must be forced open. some open only when you stop knocking. You learn that timing is part of the journey. Sometimes waiting is as sacred as doing. The seasons of your life, action and stillness, gain and loss, clarity and confusion, are all different notes in the same melody. When you stop judging them and start listening to them, harmony emerges naturally. The balance of effort and surrender also teaches humility. When you strive with awareness, you realize how dependent you are on everything around you, the earth that feeds you, the air that sustains you, the countless people who make your life possible. You see that your individual success is woven into the fabric of collective existence. And when you surrender, you remember that even the smallest event, a breath, a sunrise, a heartbeat, is beyond your command. Both realizations humble the ego and open the heart. This balance brings peace to relationships as well. Effort teaches you to show up fully, to listen, to care, to communicate, to nurture love. Surrender teaches you to let others be free to allow them their growth, their choices, their paths. Love without effort fades into neglect. Love without surrender suffocates. Real love lives between them, caring deeply, but not clinging, giving freely, but not demanding in return. In your spiritual practice, this same principle applies. Meditation, mindfulness, compassion, they all require consistent effort. You sit each day, you breathe, you observe. But progress happens not when you force the mind to be still, but when you stop struggling with it. You let your awareness expand naturally. The Buddha compared this process to taming a wild animal. You cannot beat it into calmness. You must approach it with patience, kindness, and trust. The balance between effort and surrender tames the restless mind and reveals the peace already within you. The more you live this balance, the more you realize that life itself is a teacher, constantly adjusting the strings of your awareness. When you become too rigid, life sends circumstances that soften you. When you become too passive, life brings challenges that awaken your strength. Every experience is a tuning, a subtle reminder to return to harmony. The pain you resist and the peace you crave are both part of this adjustment. Over time, something beautiful happens. Your trust deepens. You stop dividing life into success and failure, good and bad, right and wrong. You begin to see everything as movement toward balance. The obstacles that once angered you now guide you. The delays that once frustrated you now teach patience. The endings that once broke you now reveal rebirth. You realize that life has never been against you. It has been teaching you to tune your own instrument. To live in this state is to live with grace. You still pursue your dreams, but you do it lightly. You still plan, but you leave room for the unexpected. You still care, but you no longer cling. You no longer force flowers to bloom. You water them and trust the Sunday. You no longer fight against time. You dance with it. You no longer see surrender as loss. You see it as alignment. The balance of effort and surrender gives birth to the highest form of power serenity, not the serenity that comes from escaping life, but the serenity that comes from moving through it with open eyes. You become like a tree grounded in your purpose, yet flexible with the wind. The storms may shake you, but they cannot uproot you. And in that state, something miraculous occurs. Your actions begin to carry a different energy. You act not from fear or ego, but from clarity. Your words carry peace. Your presence calms chaos. You become a living embodiment of the balance that the Buddha spoke of, firm yet gentle, active yet still, strong yet yielding. One day, when you reflect on your journey, you will realize that every time you swung too far toward control or too far toward passivity, life gently nudged you back. Every heartbreak, every failure, every success was part of your training in balance. Life was not punishing you, it was perfecting you. You will see that your highest growth came not from extremes, but from moments of quiet awareness when you acted from love and then let go of the result, when you worked hard but stayed at peace, and when you gave fully without needing recognition. Those were the moments when you walked the middle path, the sacred balance between effort and surrender. This is the essence of awakening, realizing that you are both the wave and the ocean, both the dancer and the dance. You move with life, and life moves through you. You act, but you don't cling. You let go, but you don't withdraw. You love deeply, yet freely. You live with intention, yet without tension. And when you finally embody this balance completely, peace ceases to be something you chase. It becomes the ground beneath your feet. Every breath, every heartbeat, every sunrise becomes a reminder that you are in harmony with the universe itself. This is the freedom the Buddha spoke of, the liberation that arises not from escaping the world, but from being in perfect rhythm with it. When effort and surrender merge into one, you no longer need to fight life. You become life vast, calm, flowing, and free. 14. The law of interconnectedness, how everything in the universe reflects and shapes you. If you look closely at life, you'll notice something profound. Nothing stands alone. Every leaf depends on the tree that nourishes it. The tree depends on the soil that feeds it. The soil depends on the rain that softens it. The rain depends on the clouds on the ocean, and the ocean on the moon. Everything in existence is part of an intricate web, a vast network of cause and effect, energy and exchange. The Buddha called this pratitya samutpada, dependent origination. It is the truth that nothing exists in isolation. Everything arises because of something else. You are not a separate being moving through the world. You are the world, expressing itself through you. When you truly understand this, it changes everything. You stop seeing yourself as a single drop of water and begin to realize that you are the ocean. Every thought you think, every action you take, every word you speak ripples through the web of life, touching others in ways you can't always see. This is not philosophy, it's physics. A butterfly flapping its wings in one corner of the world stirs the air everywhere. In the same way, every choice you make sends subtle energy across the universe, influencing lives and shaping futures, sometimes silently, sometimes visibly. Buddhism teaches that your mind is not separate from the world. It creates the world you perceive, the people you attract, the events that unfold, even the challenges you face, all reflect your inner state. When you are angry, the world seems hostile. When you are peaceful, the same world feels harmonious. The outer world mirrors the inner one, not as punishment or reward, but as reflection. Life shows you what still lives within you. The rude person who irritates you is not your enemy. They are your mirror, revealing your own impatience. The delay that frustrates you is not unfair. It's showing you your resistance to stillness. The universe is constantly teaching, and it uses everything and everyone as its classroom. Interconnectedness means that there is no boundary between you and the rest of existence. The air you breathe today was once inside the lungs of ancestors and animals, the leaves of ancient forests, the waves of long-forgotten seas. The water in your veins is older than human civilization. Every breath you take connects you with all of life, past, present, and future. The same sunlight that warms your skin nourishes the crops that feed you. The same stars that twinkle above you once burned in the hearts of galaxies billions of years ago. To exist is to belong to the earth, to the sky, to the collective rhythm of creation. And yet, the human mind forgets this truth. We build walls around ourselves of identity, ego, and separation. We say, "This is me, and that is you. This is mine, and that is yours." We live as if we were independent entities, competing, comparing, controlling, unaware that we are harming the same fabric that sustains us. When you hurt another, you hurt yourself. When you heal yourself, you heal the world. The Buddha said, "As a mother protects her only child, so should one cultivate an unlimited heart toward all beings. Why? Because to love others is to love yourself. There is no distinction. Imagine your life as a single thread in an immense tapestry. If one thread is pulled, the whole pattern shifts. If one is broken, the design changes. Your actions, no matter how small, matter. Every smile, every kind word, every act of compassion strengthens the weave. Every act of cruelty or greed weakens it. The universe is not indifferent, it responds to your vibration. When you think, speak, or act with kindness, you align yourself with harmony. When you choose fear, anger, or resentment, you create dissonance. The good news is that harmony can always be restored because the fabric of life is self-healing. Understanding interconnectedness also transforms the way you see suffering. Pain, whether personal or global, is not random, it is shared imbalance. The wars, the greed, the loneliness, the anxiety, they all arise from the illusion of separation. When we forget that we are one, we act against each other and against nature. We exploit, we dominate, we consume without conscience, and yet, even this suffering becomes part of the great lesson. It reminds us of what happens when we forget our unity. Each moment of pain becomes a call to awaken not just individually, but collectively. The Buddha taught that compassion, karuna, arises naturally when wisdom sees the truth of interconnectedness. When you realize that every being wants the same thing, peace, love, safety, freedom, you stop judging and start understanding. You stop asking, why are they like that? And start seeing, I have been that too. You begin to treat others not as strangers, but as reflections of yourself at different stages of awareness. This shift doesn't just bring peace to the world, it brings peace to your own heart. You no longer need to carry anger because you see that those who hurt others do so from their own pain. The chain of suffering breaks when one person you chooses compassion over reaction. Interconnectedness also means that every moment contains infinite potential. Nothing is fixed. Because everything is dependent, everything can change. A single act of mindfulness, a single breath of forgiveness, can alter the course of countless lives. You don't need to change the whole world, you just need to change your inner world, and the rest begins to align naturally. Like a single candle lighting many others, one awakened mind can illuminate the path for thousands. In meditation, this truth becomes direct experience. As you sit in silence and observe your breath, you begin to feel the boundaries between you and the world dissolve. The air moves in and out. Where does it end and begin? The sound of a bird outside becomes part of your awareness, but is it outside, or is it inside the space of consciousness? Slowly, you begin to sense that everything arises in the same field of awareness. There is no true separation. This is not a belief to accept intellectually, it's a reality to be felt. When you truly feel it, fear disappears. Because how can you fear life when you realize you are life? To live in awareness of interconnectedness is to live in harmony. You no longer chase success at the expense of peace, because you understand that your peace contributes to the peace of others. You no longer seek happiness through possession, because you know that everything you take from the world must eventually be returned. You begin to consume consciously, speak mindfully, and walk gently because you see the earth not as a resource, but as your shared body. This awareness doesn't mean you must become passive or saintly overnight. It simply means living with sensitivity. Every time you choose empathy over judgment, patience over anger, generosity over greed, you honor the web of life. You begin to move in rhythm with it. Life becomes less about taking and more about giving, not because someone told you to, but because it feels natural. You start to see beauty in everything, the rain, the sorrow, the imperfection, because you understand that all of it belongs. There's a teaching in Zen that says, "When I was young, I saw mountains as mountains and rivers as rivers. When I studied the truth, mountains were no longer mountains, and rivers no longer rivers. But now that I have seen the truth, mountains are mountains again, and rivers are rivers again. What does this mean? It means that when you awaken to interconnectedness, you see the sacred in the ordinary. The world doesn't disappear, it becomes radiant. Every blade of grass becomes a sermon, every smile becomes a prayer, every breath becomes proof of your unity with existence. When you forget interconnectedness, life feels like a competition. When you remember it, life becomes collaboration. You stop trying to outshine others and start helping them shine too. You stop measuring your worth by comparison and begin to see it in contribution. The shift from me to we is the beginning of enlightenment. Even your struggles serve the whole. When you heal, you make healing easier for those around you. When you break a generational pattern, your children and their children inherit your peace. When you forgive, the energy of forgiveness ripples outward into families, communities, and beyond. Every act of inner work is cosmic service. You may think your meditation benefits only you, but in truth, it affects the collective consciousness. A calm mind radiates calmness. A loving heart radiates healing. The modern world, for all its technology and progress, suffers from spiritual loneliness, the sense that we are separate from one another. This illusion fuels competition, greed, and division. But Buddhism offers a cure, the realization that you cannot breathe without the trees, and the trees cannot live without your breath. The universe is not a collection of separate things, it's one infinite process. You are not a drop lost in the ocean, you are the ocean, expressing itself as a drop for a short while. This awareness of oneness doesn't erase individuality, it transforms it. You still have a unique body, story, and purpose, but you see them as instruments of service. You begin to ask, how can I contribute to the harmony of the whole? Not, what can I take from it? Your work, your relationships, your creativity, all become expressions of your connection to the greater whole. You stop chasing recognition because you see that every good deed echoes across eternity, even if no one applauds. Interconnectedness also teaches humility. It reminds you that your victories were never yours alone. Behind every success stands 1,000 unseen hands, the farmer who grew your food, the teacher who guided your mind, the stranger who smiled when you needed hope. Gratitude blossoms naturally from this understanding. You begin to live in reverence, not in worship of something distant, but in deep appreciation of everything near. You bow not just in temples, but to the morning light, to the water you drink, to the ground that holds your weight. You begin to live as prayer itself. The Buddha once said, "This being that becomes, from the arising of this that arises, this not being that does not become." These simple words contain the mechanics of the cosmos. They mean that everything depends on everything else. Nothing appears out of nowhere. Every joy and sorrow, every meeting and parting, every beginning and ending, all are links in the infinite chain of becoming. When you see this clearly, blame disappears. You stop pointing fingers at others or fate. You understand that every event, no matter how painful, was co-created, and therefore it carries a lesson for everyone involved. To live with this wisdom is to walk gently through the world. You stop rushing to change what doesn't need changing and begin nurturing what already supports life. You become more patient, more attentive, more kind. Your mind expands beyond my life and starts to embrace our life. This expansion is the birth of compassion on a cosmic scale. You no longer seek enlightenment as personal escape. You seek it as collective evolution. You realize that you cannot be truly free until all beings are free from ignorance and suffering. When you understand that everything is connected, even death loses its sting. Because you see that nothing truly ends, it transforms. The body dissolves into earth, the breath into wind, the energy into stars. What you call you is simply the universe folding and unfolding in new forms. Knowing this, you stop fearing loss and start celebrating transformation. The loved ones you mourn have not vanished, they have simply changed shape. Their laughter lives in memory, their energy in the air you breathe. Interconnectedness turns existence into an act of love. You realize that your life is not separate from the song of creation, you are one of its notes. The universe hums through you, expressing itself as your thoughts, your heartbeat, your choices. When you live in harmony with this music, peace flows effortlessly. You stop struggling to find your purpose, because you understand that your purpose is simply to be in tune, to live awake, to live kind, to live true. And one day, after many awakenings and forgettings, you will see this truth not as an idea, but as a living experience. You will look at the stars and recognize your own origin. You will see a stranger's face and feel your own reflection. You will cry for the world's pain and smile at its beauty in the same breath. You will walk through life with eyes wide open, humble, compassionate, free. That is the wisdom of interconnectedness, the understanding that there is no other. That the same consciousness looking out from your eyes looks out from every living being. That every breath you take belongs to the same rhythm that moves galaxies. When you live with that awareness, every act becomes sacred. Eating becomes gratitude. Speaking becomes prayer. Silence becomes communion. You stop living as an isolated being trying to survive, and start living as the universe experiencing itself with wonder. And perhaps, in your final breath, when the boundaries of the self dissolve completely, you'll see what the Buddha saw beneath the Bodhi tree, that you were never alone, never separate, never lost. You were always part of this vast, breathing, luminous whole, the eternal dance of cause and effect, birth and death, form and emptiness, all flowing together, all belonging, all one. 15. The eternal dance of cause and effect. Understanding karma beyond reward and punishment. The word karma has become one of the most misunderstood ideas in the world. In everyday conversation, people use it as if it were a form of cosmic revenge. What goes around comes around, they say, imagining some invisible hand waiting to punish the wicked and reward the kind. But in the teachings of the Buddha, karma is not about punishment or reward, it's about balance. It's about the deep, unseen rhythm that connects every thought, word, and action to the unfolding of life itself. Karma is the invisible architecture of existence, the law of cause and effect that governs not just morality, but every movement of the universe, from the falling of a leaf to the birth of a star. When you truly understand karma, you stop fearing it. You begin to see it not as a system of judgment, but as a teacher, a mirror that reflects back to you the state of your own mind. The Buddha said, "With our thoughts, we make the world." This is not metaphorical, it is literal. Each thought, even the quiet ones, shapes the energy that surrounds you. Every emotion radiates outwards, influencing both your own life and the lives of others. When you act with greed, fear, or hatred, that energy doesn't vanish. It circulates through the web of existence until it finds equilibrium again. When you act with kindness, patience, or understanding, that energy, too, travels outward, creating harmony that returns to you in unexpected ways. Karma is not fate. It is not a fixed script. It is the echo of choice, the living memory of what you plant with intention. Imagine a garden. The seeds you sow today will become the landscape of your tomorrow. If you plant thorns, you cannot expect roses. If you plant peace, you cannot harvest chaos. Karma is simply the natural unfolding of these seeds. No one outside you decides the harvest, it grows from within. In the Buddhist view, karma operates on multiple levels. There is immediate karma, the small ripples that return quickly. If you speak harshly to someone, You might immediately feel their hurt or see their anger. Then there is delayed karma, the seeds that take time to grow. You might act with kindness today and see no result for years, until one day, when you least expect it, life sends that kindness back in a different form. There is also collective karma, the shared energy of families, nations, even the planet. The suffering of one affects the harmony of all, and the healing of one uplifts the whole. This is why the Buddha urged mindfulness in every action, no matter how small, because every moment is a seed, every word carries vibration, every decision, however private, contributes to the balance of the whole. When you are mindful, you begin to see how even your smallest habits, a thought of gratitude, a silent resentment, create ripples in the vast ocean of being. The awareness of karma transforms how you live. You stop acting unconsciously and start living intentionally. To understand karma deeply, you must first let go of guilt and fear. Many people live trapped by their past, believing that their mistakes have doomed them to suffering. But karma is not a prison, it's a school. Life is not punishing you for your past, it's teaching you through it. Every painful consequence is not a curse, but a lesson in disguise, a way for the soul to grow wiser, gentler, freer. The Buddha never spoke of eternal punishment. He spoke of continuous opportunity. Each moment is a chance to begin again, to plant new seeds, to choose differently. Think of a potter shaping clay. Every touch changes the form. If the pot becomes uneven, the potter does not despair, they simply keep shaping. Your life is like that. Your thoughts and actions are your hands upon the clay of your destiny. The moment you act with awareness, you begin reshaping your karma. No past mistake can define you once you awaken to the present. Awareness itself burns the seeds of suffering. The fire of wisdom purifies the soil of karma. Karma is also the teacher that reveals the illusion of separation, because every action you take toward another is, in truth, an action toward yourself. When you harm another, you are harming your own future. When you lift another, you are lifting your own spirit. The line between giver and receiver dissolves. They are two sides of the same motion. This is why compassion is the highest form of intelligence. It's not sentimentality, it's wisdom. The compassionate person understands the mathematics of the universe, that what you give out always circles back. If you look deeply at your life, you can trace the threads of karma like constellations across time. The lessons that keep repeating, the people who return in different forms, the challenges that echo the same themes, these are not coincidences. They are invitations to awaken. The universe keeps presenting the same test until you pass it, not as punishment, but as grace. The repeated pain in your life is not life being cruel. It's life trying to teach you something your soul still resists. The day you learn the lesson, the pattern ends. The law of karma extends beyond this single lifetime. In Buddhist cosmology, the soul carries impressions from countless past existences, unresolved patterns, unfinished lessons, unbalanced energies. These karmic imprints shape the conditions of your birth, the tendencies of your mind, the events that unfold in your path. Yet even this is not fate, it's opportunity. The past gives you material to work with. The present gives you freedom to transform it. You are not bound by your karma, you are empowered by it. Karma is not a chain, it's a ladder. Each rung, whether joyful or painful, helps you climb toward greater wisdom. Understanding karma also deepens your empathy. When you realize that every being is carrying unseen burdens of their own past, their wounds, their fears, their patterns, you stop judging and start forgiving. You see that others, like you, are navigating their own karmic lessons. The person who betrays you may be replaying pain they have never healed. The one who harms may be acting from ignorance, not malice. This doesn't excuse wrongdoing, but it helps you release hatred. You no longer need to be the universe's judge. You trust that life itself balances all accounts. Your task is to keep your own heart pure, your own actions kind. There's a famous Buddhist story about a monk who was insulted by a stranger. Instead of reacting, the monk smiled and said, "Thank you for the gift of your anger. I choose not to accept it." In that moment, the monk broke the cycle of karma. The insult was a seed offered. By not receiving it, he refused to let it grow. That's the secret. Karma doesn't bind you unless you engage with it. You are free to break the chain at any time by responding with awareness instead of reaction. Karma is a dance, not a debt. It's not something to fear, but something to learn from. When you align your actions with compassion, patience, and truth, the dance becomes graceful. The more you act from clarity, the more harmonious your experiences become. The law of karma doesn't mean that good people never suffer. It means that suffering itself becomes transformation. Pain handled with awareness purifies old patterns. Joy handled with gratitude creates new harmony. Everything, pleasant or painful, becomes part of your awakening. The deeper you understand karma, the less you cling to outcomes. You no longer need instant rewards for your goodness. You no longer expect fairness from every event. You know that life is not keeping score, it's keeping balance. Some seeds bloom in this lifetime, others much later. You plant them anyway, because goodness itself is your peace. The act of planting becomes enough. The Buddha said, "Do not underestimate good, thinking it will not return to you. Even drops of water can fill a great vessel." This means that no good deed is ever wasted. The smile you offer today, the forgiveness you give silently, the patience you practice in solitude, all of it accumulates, filling the unseen reservoir of your life. When the time is right, it overflows in blessings you could never have planned. This is the beauty of karma. It makes life endlessly meaningful. Nothing is random. Every encounter, every difficulty, every moment of joy carries purpose. The universe is constantly rearranging itself to mirror your vibration, not to punish or reward, but to teach and evolve. If you stay mindful, you begin to see this pattern everywhere. The traffic jam that tests your patience is a lesson in surrender. The success that flatters your ego is a lesson in humility. The heartbreak that shatters your illusions is a lesson in letting go. Every event becomes part of your curriculum in awakening. Karma also teaches impermanence. Because every action has a reaction, nothing remains fixed. No pain lasts forever, no joy can be hoarded. Everything flows. When you cling to pleasure, it fades. When you resist pain, it persists. But when you accept both as passing results of past causes, you become free. You stop chasing and fleeing, and instead, you start learning. Life stops feeling like chaos and begins to feel like choreography. The ultimate purpose of understanding karma is liberation, not from life, but from ignorance. When you awaken to the law of cause and effect, you stop blaming others, stop blaming fate, and start taking responsibility. You realize that you are not a victim of the universe. You are its co-creator. You may not control everything that happens, but you always control how you respond. That response is the seed of future freedom or future bondage. Even your thoughts matter. Every moment you dwell on anger, you feed it. Every moment you cultivate peace, you strengthen it. The Buddha compared the mind to a field. Whatever seeds you water will grow. Meditation, kindness, gratitude, patience, these are waters for the flowers of karma. Negativity, envy, fear, these are waters for weeds. The choice is yours in every moment. And yet, even the weeds have value. When they arise, they show you where light is needed. Old karmic patterns, jealousy, fear, pride, are not signs of failure, but invitations to heal. You can pull them out gently through awareness, not judgment. The Buddha's path was never about perfection. It was about awakening. You don't need to be flawless, only conscious. Awareness transforms everything it touches. When you live in alignment with karma, you no longer fear life's uncertainty. You know that everything that comes your way, every joy, every sorrow, is the exact lesson you need in this moment. You trust that the universe is never against you, even when it hurts. Pain becomes purification, success becomes service. Every experience, no matter how small, contributes to your evolution. To live this way is to live in deep peace. You stop asking, "Why me?" and start whispering, "Teach me." You stop resisting consequences and start learning from them. You no longer crave immediate justice because you see that cosmic balance is already unfolding quietly, perfectly, in its own timing. Imagine standing by a vast lake. You toss a pebble, that's your action. The ripples spread, that's karma. They travel outward, touching the entire surface of the lake. But eventually, they return to where they began. Your life works the same way. What you send out in thought, word, or deed eventually returns to you, refined by time and distance. Knowing this, you act with care, speak with awareness, love with depth. You stop throwing stones of anger and start releasing petals of compassion. Karma is not meant to frighten you into goodness. It's meant to awaken you into wisdom. When you see how intimately everything is connected, you become incapable of cruelty. You understand that harming another is harming the universe, and thus harming yourself. Love becomes not an obligation, but a natural expression of understanding. And one day, after many lifetimes of planting seeds of awareness, you reach a point where karma no longer binds you. Your actions arise purely from compassion, not desire. You give without expecting return, speak without hidden motive, love without fear of loss. Your energy becomes so pure that it no longer creates bondage, it creates only freedom. This is what the Buddha called nirvana, not a place, but a state of complete liberation from the cycles of cause and effect. At that level, karma doesn't disappear, it transforms. You still act, but your actions are like reflections in a mirror, perfect, effortless, and free from attachment. You move through the world like a breeze, touching everything, clinging to nothing. You plant goodness not for reward, but because it is your nature to do so. You become the river, flowing without fear of where it leads. The great paradox of karma is that the moment you stop acting out of fear of consequence, your karma becomes pure. The moment you stop demanding outcomes, the universe starts aligning with your peace. You realize that freedom doesn't come from escaping karma, but from acting consciously within it. And when you look back at all the lives you've touched, all the lessons you've learned, all the joys and sorrows that shaped you, you'll see that karma was never an enemy. It was your greatest ally. It was the sculptor that carved wisdom from your pain, the gardener that turned mistakes into flowers, the invisible hand that guided you home. You'll understand then that every heartbreak, every delay, every miracle was part of the same divine balance, a dance between cause and effect that led you, step by step, toward awakening. You will see that karma was never there to punish you. It was there to remind you that nothing in the universe happens without meaning. And as you awaken fully, you will no longer speak of karma as destiny or debt. You will speak of it as love, the universe's way of helping every soul find its way back to truth. You will realize that the law of karma is not about keeping score, but about keeping harmony, an eternal dance that never ends, only transforms. When you reach that understanding, life itself becomes meditation. Every breath, every act, every encounter becomes a sacred offering to the balance of the cosmos. You walk gently, you speak softly, you love deeply. You know that you are part of the great rhythm, the pulse of cause and effect, the heartbeat of creation. And in that knowing, fear disappears, regret dissolves, and peace becomes your permanent home. Because in the end, the law of karma is not about what happens to you, it's about what happens through you. The universe is not watching you from above, it is expressing itself within you. You are both cause and effect, both seed and flower, both the ripple and the lake. And when you live with that awareness, you realize the deepest truth of all, that you were never bound by karma. You were the consciousness creating it all along. 16. The impermanence of all things, finding peace in what never stays. There is one truth that lies at the heart of all Buddhist wisdom, anicca, impermanence. Everything that exists, from galaxies to grass, from the beating of your heart to the rise and fall of civilizations, is in constant motion. Nothing lasts, nothing stands still. Life is not a solid structure but a flowing river, forever moving, forever changing. The problem is that human beings, in their longing for security, try to build houses on this river. We cling to what is passing and then cry when the current carries it away. But the river does not betray us. It was never meant to stay. The pain we feel is not because life changes, but because we refuse to move with it. The Buddha once said, "All conditioned things are impermanent." When one sees this with wisdom, one turns away from suffering. This single sentence holds the key to inner freedom. It means that suffering is born not from the changes of life, but from our resistance to them. We suffer because we want what is transient to stay, because we want the seasons of life to freeze in the moments we like best. We cling to love, youth, health, success, status, relationships, possessions, as if they were permanent. But no matter how tightly we hold, everything eventually slips away. The body ages, the loved one leaves, the fortune fades, the glory disappears. Impermanence is not tragedy, it is the nature of existence. To fight it is to fight reality itself. When you begin to truly understand impermanence, you no longer see it as cruelty, you see it as beauty, because it is impermanence that makes everything precious. A flower that never withers would lose its fragrance. A sunset that never ended would stop moving us. The fragility of each moment is what gives it value. Knowing that nothing lasts awakens deep appreciation for the smile that fades, the laughter that echoes once, the chance to hold someone before time moves them elsewhere. You begin to live not in fear of endings, but in reverence of the temporary. Every breath becomes sacred because you know it will never come again. Impermanence is the heartbeat of the universe. Every second, stars die and new ones are born. Cells in your body perish and regenerate. Old emotions dissolve while new ones arise. The entire cosmos is a dance of appearing and disappearing, rising and falling. To accept this is to enter into harmony with life itself. To resist it is to suffer endlessly. When you cling to what must pass, you try to cage the wind, and the wind will always find a way out. There's a story of the Buddha picking up a handful of sand and asking his disciples, "Which is greater, the sand in my hand or the sand on the entire earth?" The monks answered, "The sand on the earth, Lord." The Buddha said, "So it is with what you hold and what you let go. What you cling to is tiny, compared to the freedom that comes from release. This is the wisdom of impermanence. When you stop clutching what is fleeting, your hands become open enough to receive eternity. Our fear of change comes from a deeper illusion, the illusion of a permanent self. We believe that there is a fixed me who experiences a changing world. But even that me is impermanent. The body you inhabit now is not the body you had as a child. The thoughts you think today are not the thoughts you had yesterday. The emotions that define you now will shift again tomorrow. Who, then, are you? You are not any single form, thought, or feeling. You are the awareness that witnesses their coming and going. When you stop identifying with what changes, you discover what does not, the silent presence beneath all transformation. Buddhism teaches that everything has three marks: impermanence, anicca, suffering, dukkha, and non-self, anatta. Impermanence means that everything changes. Suffering arises when we cling to what changes. Non-self means there is no fixed I controlling any of it. These truths are not pessimistic. They are liberating. They free you from the impossible task of trying to make the temporary eternal. When you accept that the wave will return to the ocean, you stop fearing its fall. You begin to see that your own life, too, is a wave, beautiful, brief, and part of something infinite. To truly live with this awareness is to be at peace even in uncertainty. You stop asking life to guarantee permanence, and instead, you meet it as it is, ever shifting, ever renewing. The fear of loss begins to fade, because you realize you never owned anything to begin with. Everything, every person, every moment, every emotion is borrowed. You are a traveler passing through countless forms, countless experiences. The joy of life is not in owning the journey, but in walking it fully awake. Look at nature. The tree loses its leaves each autumn, but it does not grieve. It trusts the process of renewal. The caterpillar dissolves into nothing inside its cocoon before it can become a butterfly. Even the mountains, which seem eternal, are slowly changing, rising and eroding, shaped by wind and time. If even the stones surrender to impermanence, why do we cling so tightly to our plans and possessions? The wise learn from the earth. They see that to resist change is to resist life itself. Impermanence also carries a quiet mercy. Because nothing lasts, pain doesn't either. The storm of grief eventually calms, the ache of heartbreak softens, the burden of failure lifts. Time, in its infinite movement, washes even the deepest wounds. No matter how dark the night, dawn always comes. To those lost in despair, impermanence is hope, the reminder that everything changes, including suffering. The same law that takes away joy also takes away sorrow. When you accept impermanence fully, you become untouchable by both. You float in the space beyond gain and loss. The mind, however, resists this truth because it craves control. It wants guarantees. It says, if only things would stay as they are, I could be happy. But happiness built on permanence is fragile. It breaks the moment life shifts. Real peace comes from flowing with impermanence, not fighting it. It comes from trusting that change, even when painful, carries hidden wisdom. Every ending is an opening in disguise. Every death is a doorway to new life. There's a moment in meditation when this truth becomes vivid. As you sit, you notice your breath rising, falling, appearing, disappearing. No two breaths are the same. Each one comes, stays briefly, then dissolves. You realize that life is made of these small vanishings. Every moment you inhale something new. Every exhale lets go of something old. The body you have now is built on 1,000,000 tiny deaths and rebirths. The you of this moment dies into the next, and the next, endlessly. Impermanence is not somewhere out there. It is happening inside you right now. This realization brings humility and compassion. When you see how fleeting life is, anger loses its hold. How can you waste your brief existence in resentment when you might be gone tomorrow? How can you withhold forgiveness when time itself withholds nothing? Impermanence teaches urgency, not the frantic urgency of ambition, but the gentle urgency of love. It whispers, love now, forgive now, appreciate now, because the next moment will not be the same. In relationships, impermanence can be a blessing. When you stop expecting people to stay forever, you start loving them more deeply while they're here. You stop trying to possess and start cherishing. Every conversation, every shared silence becomes precious. You understand that love is not about holding on, but about honoring what is passing through your life. When you love with awareness of impermanence, your love becomes pure, free from fear, free from demand. Impermanence also dissolves pride. You stop boasting about success because you know it too will fade. You stop judging others because you know their situation can change in a heartbeat. The rich may become poor, the strong may become weak, the proud may become humble. Life rearranges itself constantly. When you accept this, you begin to walk gently, aware that everything you touch is temporary. You no longer cling to status or identity. You simply exist, open, present, alive. When people fear impermanence, what they really fear is death. The end of the body, the fading of memory, the dissolution of self. These are the shadows we try to escape. But death, too, is not an enemy. It is the greatest teacher of impermanence. It shows us what we forget, that nothing truly belongs to us. The breath you take now, you cannot keep it. You borrow it, then return it. In that realization, there is peace. Death loses its terror because you see that it is not destruction, but transformation. The wave returning to the ocean is not ending, it is going home. The Buddha described life as a bubble in the stream, a flash of lightning in the dark. He did not say this to make you despair, but to awaken gratitude. When you understand how brief life is, you stop wasting it on trivial pursuits. You stop chasing endless desires. You begin to live simply, meaningfully, fully. You taste the sweetness of existence not in what lasts, but in what passes. To live in harmony with impermanence, you must cultivate awareness and detachment. Awareness allows you to see the changes as they happen, the rise and fall of feelings, the shifting of circumstances, the aging of the body. Detachment allows you to let them go without clinging. Detachment does not mean indifference. It means loving deeply while knowing that everything you love will change. It means participating in life with open hands, not clenched fists. You enjoy the flower, but you do not grieve when it fades because you know it was never meant to stay. Meditation is the practice of watching impermanence in real time. You sit, you observe thoughts coming and going, sensations arising and passing. You see how nothing stays, not even your emotions, not even your pain. The moment you become aware of change, you step out of its grasp. You stop being tossed by the waves because you have discovered the ocean beneath them, the stillness that remains untouched. That stillness is your true nature, the consciousness behind all forms, the awareness in which all things appear and disappear. As your awareness deepens, you begin to see impermanence everywhere, not as a threat, but as a song. You notice it in the flicker of candlelight, in the way laughter fades into silence, in the way the seasons exchange their colors. You see that everything is participating in the same dance of transformation, and you, too, are part of it, breathing, changing, evolving. The fear of loss dissolves because you understand that change is not loss, it is movement. Life is not breaking apart, it is flowing onward. Impermanence also liberates you from regret. When you know that nothing lasts, you stop clinging to the past. You see that what's gone was never yours to keep. Memory becomes gratitude instead of grief. You can look back on what once was and say, "Thank you for your time." The same awareness frees you from anxiety about the future. You stop worrying about what might happen because you know that whatever comes will also pass. The present becomes your home, the only place where life truly exists. When you live with impermanence as your teacher, you become light. The weight of mine and me begins to fall away. You no longer need to prove yourself or protect what you cannot keep. You live simply, not because you renounce the world, but because you no longer cling to it. You can enjoy wealth without attachment, success without arrogance, love without fear. You can face loss without despair, because you see the cycle, the same law that takes also gives. This understanding doesn't numb you, it makes you more alive. When you accept that every sunrise is unique, you start waking up to watch them. When you know that every conversation could be the last, you start listening with your whole heart. When you understand that life is a series of moments slipping through your fingers, you stop trying to hold them and start learning to feel them fully before they go. Impermanence is the reason compassion exists. Because everything passes, we share the same vulnerability. Every being you meet will one day face aging, sickness, loss, and death. This realization opens your heart. You stop seeing others as competitors and start seeing them as fellow travelers. You recognize the shared fragility of existence, and it softens you. You become kind, not because you are virtuous, but because you understand. Eventually, as awareness matures, even the fear of impermanence fades. You realize that behind all change lies something changeless, the silent witness, the space of pure awareness in which everything arises and passes. That awareness, call it consciousness, emptiness, or the true self, is not bound by time. It does not come or go. It watches the birth of stars and their death with equal calm. When you recognize that this awareness is who you truly are, you awaken from the dream of impermanence. You see that everything changes, but the one who sees, the one who is aware, remains untouched. The enlightened ones still live within the flow of change. They grow old, they die, but they do so in perfect peace, because they no longer confuse the wave with the ocean. They know that behind every rise and fall, every birth and death, lies the same eternal stillness. The dance continues, but they are no longer caught in it. They move with life instead of clinging to it. They love everything and fear nothing. And perhaps that is the greatest lesson of impermanence, that you can never truly lose what is real. The form may vanish, but the essence remains. The flower dies, but the fragrance lingers in memory. The loved one leaves, but their love continues to live in your heart. The body perishes, but the consciousness that animates it continues its journey. Nothing is ever truly lost, it only changes shape. So let impermanence be your teacher, not your tormentor. Let it remind you to live fully, to love deeply, to forgive quickly, to let go gracefully. When you stop demanding permanence from a world built on change, you find a peace that nothing can disturb. You begin to float, effortlessly, on the river of existence, not fearing where it leads, but trusting that every turn is exactly where you're meant to be. Because in the end, impermanence is not the enemy of life. It is life. And when you stop trying to make it last forever, you finally begin to live forever, not in time, but in timeless awareness. You become the watcher of all things, passing calm, radiant, free, knowing that nothing is lost, and everything, always, is becoming. 17. The still point within change, discovering eternal peace in a world that never stops moving. If you sit quietly for a moment and truly look, you will see that life is always in motion. The clouds drift across the sky, the wind stirs the trees, your heart beats, your lungs fill and empty, and your thoughts appear and disappear like waves. Nothing stands still. From the smallest atoms spinning in endless vibration to the galaxies spiraling across the cosmos, everything is movement. The universe itself is a great unbroken dance of transformation. Yet deep within all this motion, there is something still, something silent, unchanging, eternal. It is not seen by the eyes or touched by the hands. It is the awareness that observes the dance. It is the still point within change. The Buddha taught that all phenomena, the things we see, feel, and experience, are impermanent. Yet the one who observes impermanence is not. The watcher behind the changing scenes remains untouched by the changes themselves. This is the paradox of existence. The world is movement, but your true nature is stillness. The waves rise and fall, but the ocean beneath remains vast and calm. The wind howls, but the sky it moves through remains open and unscarred. When you identify with the waves, you suffer. When you remember that you are the ocean, peace becomes unshakable. The journey of awakening is not about stopping the movement of life, it's about finding the stillness within it. Most people search for peace by trying to control circumstances. They say, "I'll be at peace when I have enough money, when my health improves, when people love me, when the world is calm." But the world will never stop moving. Seasons will always turn. People will come and go. Bodies will age and decay. No amount of control can stop change. The only true peace is found by discovering that part of you which remains unchanged amidst it, all the silent witness. This witness is not an idea or a belief. It is an experience. It is what you feel when you sit in meditation and realize that even as thoughts come and go, something remains aware of them. That awareness does not change when the thought is happy or sad, when the emotion is joy or fear. It simply observes. It does not resist, it does not cling, it does not judge. It is like the clear sky, whether clouds pass or storms rage, the sky itself remains unaltered. This witnessing consciousness is your true nature. When you forget this, you are swept away by the river of life. You identify with the changing your thoughts, emotions, possessions, status, and so you suffer when they inevitably shift. But when you awaken to the stillness behind them, you realize that nothing can truly disturb you. The world moves around you, yet within you there is silence, vast as eternity. The body may age, but awareness does not. The mind may tremble, but awareness remains still. Death may dissolve form, but awareness cannot die, for it was never born. The Buddha often used the metaphor of a flame. He said that the flame of a candle depends on conditions, wax, wick, air. When those conditions end, the flame is said to go out. But he did not describe it as annihilation. He described it as release. The flame returns to the infinite potential of fire, just as the individual mind returns to the infinite field of awareness. The flame changes, the energy remains. The same is true for all of us. The form changes, but the essence never ends. To discover this still point within change, one must learn the art of silence, not the silence of suppression, but the silence of seeing. When you learn to watch without reacting, the surface storms begin to calm. Thoughts still arise, but they lose their grip. Emotions still visit, but they pass more swiftly. You begin to live from the center, not the edges. This is meditation, not the act of escaping the world, but of being so present that the world's chaos cannot pull you away from your inner peace. Most people live entirely on the surface of life. They chase pleasure and run from pain, clinging to what feels good and avoiding what hurts. But the surface is always turbulent. The deeper you go, the quieter it becomes. Imagine diving into the ocean. At the surface, waves crash and currents pull, but descend just a few meters and all is still. That stillness is not the absence of movement, it is harmony. In the same way, when you dive into the depths of your being, you find a peace that exists not because the world has stopped moving, but because you no longer depend on its movement for stability. The great Zen masters called this state suchness, a direct, unfiltered experience of reality as it is. In suchness, you no longer divide the world into good or bad, pleasant or unpleasant. You see everything as part of one flowing process. Joy and sorrow are both expressions of life's rhythm. Gain and loss are both part of the dance. When you stop labeling and start witnessing, life loses its sharp edges. You no longer cling or resist, you simply allow. This allowing is not weakness, it is the highest form of strength. It takes great courage to let life move through you without trying to control it. The still point within change is not something you find once and keep. It's something you return to moment by moment. Every time you breathe consciously, you come home. Every time you pause before reacting, you remember. Every time you observe instead of judging, you step back into the eternal. Life will keep testing you through loss, uncertainty, and transformation. But those are not interruptions of peace. They are invitations to deepen it. Imagine a tree in a storm. Its branches bend, its leaves tremble, but its roots remain firm in the earth. The storm is movement, but the root is stillness. When you live from the root, from awareness, the storms of life no longer uproot you. You bend, but you do not break. You move with grace, not fear. You stop trying to avoid storms and instead learn to dance with them. This inner stillness doesn't make you detached from life. It makes you more alive. You begin to see everything with new eyes. Colors seem brighter, sounds more vivid, emotions more tender. Because you are no longer clinging, you can finally feel. Because you are no longer running, you can finally rest. The still point is not a place of cold detachment. It is the heart of compassion. When you rest in awareness, you see the suffering of others as your own. You no longer say, "That is their pain." You feel it, yet you are not consumed by it. You act with love, but without fear. This is what it means to live as stillness in motion, to move through life as awareness embodied. In the stillness within, time slows. You realize that the past is only memory, the future only imagination. The present moment, this breath, this heartbeat, this feeling, is all that truly exists. The past and future move through it, but the present itself never moves. It is the eternal now, the doorway to the timeless. Every spiritual tradition, from Buddhism to Sufism to mystic Christianity, points to this truth. Heaven is not a place. It is the awareness of now. To live from the still point is to trust life's rhythm. You stop fighting the flow of time. You allow beginnings and endings to unfold without fear. You know that even pain has purpose, that even loss is part of the great unfolding. You realize that just as the tide comes in and goes out, life gives and takes with perfect balance. You don't need to force anything. You only need to stay awake. The still point is the watcher of the tide. It sees both movements as part of one ocean. The mind will often resist this truth. It craves permanence. It wants to hold on to good moments and avoid the bad. But this grasping is what creates suffering. The Buddha taught that the root of all suffering is attachment, the clinging to what changes. To find peace, you must learn to let go in every breath. When joy comes, you enjoy it fully, knowing it will pass. When sorrow comes, you meet it with compassion, knowing it too will pass. Both are waves in the same sea. Awareness is the shore upon which they rise and fall. Stillness is not the absence of movement, but the balance within it. It is like the center of a spinning wheel. The rim turns quickly, but the center is unmoving. Life may spin around you, relationships shifting, fortunes changing, body aging. But when you rest in the center, you remain steady. From this center, your actions become wise, your words compassionate, your energy peaceful. You no longer react from fear or desire. You respond from clarity. Meditation is the path back to this center. It is not an escape from life. It is the practice of returning home to what never moves. When you sit in silence and watch your thoughts without clinging, you begin to sense the awareness behind them. At first, it's faint, like the space between breaths. But as you rest in it, that space expands. You realize that awareness is not in the mind is in awareness. Thoughts are waves, but awareness is the ocean. Once you recognize this, the waves no longer frighten you. You can watch the rise and fall of emotions, memories and sensations without being swept away. You begin to live anchored in the unchanging. This doesn't mean you become passive or indifferent. On the contrary, you become more capable of love and service. Because you are no longer drowning in your own mind, you have space to care for others. Because you no longer fear loss, you can give freely. Because you no longer cling to form, you can embrace transformation. The still point gives birth to fearless compassion. The Buddha described the awakened state as nirvana, the blowing out of the flame of craving, aversion, and delusion. But what remains after the flame is gone is not emptiness. It is peace beyond understanding. It is the stillness of a mind that no longer fights with reality. When you taste this peace, even for a moment, you realize that it was always here, hidden beneath layers of noise and fear. The world didn't have to change for peace to exist. You just had to stop resisting what is. When you live from this still point, you begin to see everything as part of the same divine rhythm. The laughter of a child, the falling of rain, the grief of loss, all are notes in the same eternal song. You stop asking, "Why this?" and start whispering, "Thank you." You understand that the world's chaos is not disorder but unrecognized order, a harmony too vast for the mind to grasp. Even in pain, you sense perfection, not because pain feels good, but because you see that it has purpose. It awakens, humbles, refines. The still point allows you to meet pain without panic. You no longer say, "I must escape this." You say, "Let me understand this." And in that understanding, pain begins to soften. Every sorrow becomes a teacher, every loss becomes a mirror reflecting your capacity to love. The still point is also where you meet death without fear. For most of life, we fear endings because we mistake them for annihilation. But when you've touched the stillness behind all change, you know that death is only transformation. The body falls away, the mind dissolves, but awareness remains vast, luminous, eternal. The drop returns to the ocean, but it was never separate from it. The awareness that looks out through your eyes today is the same awareness that will shine through countless forms long after this body is gone. When you rest in that knowing, you no longer cling to existence, you bow to it. To live in awareness of the still point does not mean renouncing life. It means embracing it fully. You laugh, you cry, you love, you lose, but you do it all with an open heart. You are no longer afraid of the highs and lows because you have found balance between them. You live like a mountain unshaken by wind or rain, yet standing in harmony with the sky. And one day, after many cycles of remembering and forgetting, you realize that you were never really apart from the stillness. It was never lost. It was only obscured by noise. Even in your busiest moments, it was there in the pause between breaths, in the silence between words, in the space between thoughts. The entire journey was not about finding stillness, but about remembering that you are it. When you awaken to this truth, life itself becomes meditation. Every act, every word, every movement arises from awareness. You walk slowly, you speak softly, you love deeply. You stop rushing to arrive, because you see that you have always been home. The past dissolves, the future fades, and only this, the still, radiant, now remains. This is the heart of the Buddha's teaching, that within the ever-changing world there exists an unmoving truth. Within the chaos of time, there is timeless awareness. Within the storm of becoming, there is the peace of being. And that peace is not somewhere else. It is within you, waiting to be remembered. When you discover this still point within change, you become like the eye of a hurricane, calm in the center of movement, silent amidst sound, unshaken amidst impermanence. The world may rise and fall around you, but you remain rooted in the eternal. You are no longer tossed by the winds of desire or fear. You have found the unchanging in the changing, the infinite in the fleeting, the eternal within time. And in that realization, life finally makes sense. You stop asking it to be stable because you see that its instability is its beauty. You stop trying to freeze the dance because you understand that the dance is the miracle. You begin to flow effortlessly, gracefully, joyfully, not as someone trying to survive the storm, but as the stillness that watches it pass. That is the awakening. To be utterly still in the midst of movement, utterly peaceful in the heart of chaos, utterly free in a world that never stops changing. Because once you discover the still point within change, you realize that you were never the dancer, you were always the dance itself. 18. The hidden wisdom of suffering, how pain becomes the gateway to awakening. Every being, no matter how strong, how wise, or how peaceful, must face suffering. It is the universal language of existence spoken by the poor and the rich, the saint and the sinner, the human and the animal alike. No one escapes it. The Buddha began his teaching with this truth: life is dukkha, life contains suffering. But this was not a statement of despair, it was a statement of compassion, because when you see suffering not as punishment, but as teacher, the whole meaning of life begins to transform. What you once thought was cruelty from the universe becomes instruction. What you once cursed becomes sacred. Pain is not the enemy, it is the messenger. It whispers, "Wake up! Something within you is ready to evolve." Every heartbreak, every disappointment, every loss is not life being unfair. It is life showing you where you are still attached, where you are still asleep, where you are still afraid to let go. Suffering strips away illusions, the illusion of control, the illusion of permanence, the illusion that happiness can be built on external things. It pulls you toward truth by tearing down everything that is false. Most people spend their lives trying to run away from pain. They hide in distractions, work, entertainment, possessions, relationships, anything to avoid silence. But avoidance only deepens the wound. The Buddha taught that the way out of suffering is not escape, but understanding. What you resist persists, said the wise. When you turn toward pain with awareness instead of fear, it begins to change shape. It stops being a wall that blocks you and becomes a doorway that opens you. Look deeply at your life. Think of the moments that truly changed you, the times you became more compassionate, more humble, more awake. Were they not born in difficulty? Pain refines the soul the way fire refines gold. It burns away impurities, leaving only what is pure and real. The person who has never suffered may look peaceful, but their peace is shallow. The one who has walked through fire and emerged with an open heart, that is true peace, because they have seen that even suffering can be holy. In Buddhism, suffering is not something to be eliminated completely. It is something to be understood. The Buddha described 4 noble truths that reveal its nature. The first, suffering exists. The second, it arises from craving the endless desire for things to be other than they are. The third, suffering can end. And the fourth, the path to its end is through wisdom, meditation, and ethical living. These truths are not dogma. They are observations of how life works. The moment you stop fighting reality and start understanding it, suffering loses its sting. Suffering often begins in attachment when we try to hold on to what is passing. We cling to relationships, status, possessions, youth, dreams, but everything in life is impermanent. When it changes, we feel pain. Yet the pain is not caused by the change itself. It is caused by our refusal to accept it. The leaf that falls from the tree does not cry. It trusts that it is part of the cycle. We, however, try to glue the leaf back to the branch, and when it doesn't work, we call it tragedy. The wise do not avoid loss, they befriend it. They see every ending as a teacher of surrender. Surrender is not weakness, it is the highest courage. It means you stop arguing with what is and start flowing with it. You realize that suffering begins not when things go wrong, but when you insist they go your way. Life is not personal, it is process. When you align with that process instead of resisting it, even pain becomes graceful. There's a Buddhist parable that explains this beautifully. A man was shot by an arrow. Instead of asking for the arrow to be removed, he began asking questions. Who shot me? Why did they do it? What kind of bow was used? While he questioned, he continued to bleed. The Buddha said, "We are like that man. We get wounded by life, and instead of tending to our pain, we obsess over the why." But healing does not come from explanation. It comes from presence. You do not need to know why the storm came. You need to know how to stand in the rain without drowning. When you sit with your suffering instead of fleeing from it, something remarkable happens. It begins to reveal its wisdom. The sorrow that once seemed unbearable starts to soften into compassion. The anger that once consumed you starts to melt into understanding. Every emotion, when faced with awareness, transforms. Like ice turning into water, pain becomes flow when you stop resisting it. The energy that was locked in grief becomes tenderness. The energy that was locked in fear becomes clarity. The energy that was locked in loneliness becomes love. The Buddha called this transformation dukkha nirodha, the cessation of suffering. But it does not mean the absence of pain. It means the absence of bondage. You may still feel sadness, but it no longer defines you. You may still encounter loss, but it no longer destroys you. Pain visits, but it cannot stay. You have learned to let it come and go like the wind. This is freedom, not freedom from experience, but freedom within experience. To reach this freedom, one must walk through the middle path, neither clinging to pleasure nor running from pain. Both are impermanent, both are teachers. Pleasure teaches gratitude, pain teaches patience. When you understand this, you stop labeling experiences as good or bad. You see that they are both necessary for balance, like night and day. The lotus flower, after all, grows in mud. Without the darkness beneath, there would be no beauty above. Sometimes, the greatest wisdom comes disguised as heartbreak. The loss of a loved one teaches you that love was never ownership, it was connection. The failure of a dream shows you that your worth was never in achievement, it was in being. The betrayal of a friend reminds you that trust is not in others first, but in your ability to forgive and heal. Every wound has within it the potential for awakening. Pain cracks the ego so that light can enter. When you understand suffering, you begin to see that nothing in life is wasted. Even the hardest moments serve a purpose. The illness that slows you down may be teaching you patience. The loneliness that breaks you open may be teaching you self-reliance. The disappointment that humbles you may be teaching you surrender. Life, in its mysterious intelligence, never wastes a single experience. Every challenge carries within it the seed of wisdom, if only you stay long enough to see it bloom. There's a story of a monk who was asked, "What did you learn in all your years of meditation?" He smiled and said, "I learned to fall." When life pushed him down, he no longer resisted. He allowed himself to fall into the experience, into the moment, into truth. And in that falling, he discovered that the ground was not punishment, but peace. To suffer consciously is to fall awake. Suffering also deepens empathy. Before pain, compassion is just an idea. After pain, it becomes a heartbeat. When you have walked through darkness, you recognize it in others. You no longer judge those who struggle because you understand what it feels like to break. The Buddha's compassion was born from his deep understanding of suffering, not from pity, but from knowing. When you suffer mindfully, your heart becomes vast. You see that everyone is carrying their own unseen burdens. That recognition connects you to all beings. This is why the Buddha said, "Just as a mother protects her only child, so should you cultivate a heart of boundless love for all beings." To love without boundaries, you must suffer without bitterness. Pain that is resisted hardens the heart. Pain that is accepted opens it. The open heart does not deny suffering, it embraces it as part of the human story. It knows that tears and laughter flow from the same source. In the deepest layers of awareness, you begin to see that suffering itself is not against you. It is a form of communication from life to consciousness. It says, "There is still something within you that clings." Every time you experience pain, it is because reality is trying to pull away something that no longer serves you, a belief, an identity, an attachment. The more you cling, the more it hurts. When you finally release, peace returns instantly. This process is not easy. The ego screams when it is being dismantled. It says, "Why is this happening to me? I don't deserve this." But the soul whispers, "It's happening for you so that you can remember who you truly are." Pain is not destruction, it is purification. Like a sculptor chiseling marble, life removes what is not essential so that your true form can emerge. Each trial, each heartbreak, each loss is another stroke of the chisel. You are being shaped into wisdom. The Buddha taught that even enlightenment arises through the understanding of suffering. He did not become awakened in a palace of comfort, but under a tree of surrender, facing all his fears. He looked into suffering so deeply that he saw its roots, and in seeing them, he became free. That same potential exists within you. When you stop trying to escape discomfort and start learning from it, you begin to awaken. The mind will try to make suffering personal, my pain, my story, my tragedy. But pain is not personal, it is universal. Every living thing experiences it. When you stop saying my and start seeing it as part of life's movement, you no longer feel isolated. You see that you are part of a vast river of beings, all learning through joy and sorrow alike. This recognition brings peace. You stop comparing pain. You stop saying, "Mine is worse," or "theirs is easier." You simply bow to it, knowing it is the teacher of all. In meditation, when you sit still and watch your suffering, something miraculous happens. You begin to see that pain arises, stays for a while, and fades away. You realize that you are not the pain. You are the awareness witnessing it. That shift changes everything. When you stop identifying with suffering, you become free from its control. The pain may remain for a while, but it no longer owns you. You can hold it gently, like a parent holding a crying child, whispering, "It's okay, I'm here." This tender awareness is what heals. Over time, you begin to feel gratitude even for suffering. Not gratitude for the hurt itself, but for what it revealed. It showed you your strength, your resilience, your capacity to love, your depth of faith. It tore away the illusions that kept you asleep. Gratitude for pain does not come easily. It comes at the end of understanding. But once it arises, your entire relationship with life changes. You no longer fear what comes, because you trust that even the difficult has meaning. Suffering also reveals the impermanence of all things. You see that pain, like pleasure, comes and goes. It is not forever. When you stop labeling it as bad and simply observe its arising and passing, you discover a profound truth. You are the space in which it happens. The pain moves, but you remain. The storm rages, but the sky is untouched. That sky, that awareness is your refuge. Eventually, you come to understand that suffering and awakening are not separate. They are two sides of one coin. Without suffering, there would be no reason to seek truth. Without truth, suffering would never end. The great masters did not run from pain, they transformed it. They used it as the fire that forged their wisdom. Every tear watered the roots of their enlightenment. When you reach this understanding, you begin to see beauty, even in sadness. You no longer reject the dark because you know it gives birth to the light. You no longer ask life to be easy. You ask it to be real. You stop saying, "I wish this didn't happen," and start saying, "What is this teaching me?" That single shift turns the entire world into your classroom and every hardship into a lesson in awakening. The ultimate wisdom of suffering is compassion. When you understand that pain is the great equalizer, that every being you meet is fighting a silent battle, your heart becomes soft. You no longer need to prove anything. You no longer need to win. You only want to love, to help, to ease the burden of others in whatever small way you can. This is the flowering of the awakened heart, the heart that has turned pain into wisdom and wisdom into love. And when you live from that heart, suffering no longer frightens you. You know it will visit again, as it does for all, but you will welcome it differently. You will say, "Come, teacher, show me what I still need to see." You will walk through it not with fear, but with grace. You will know that pain has purpose, that it is the fire through which consciousness becomes light. In the end, suffering does not destroy you. It reveals you. It peels away the layers until only your essence remains silent, radiant, unshakable. You discover that what you truly are cannot be harmed. The body can be hurt. The mind can be troubled. But awareness, your true nature, remains untouched. And once you see that, suffering can no longer enslave you. You will walk through life differently, then not avoiding the shadows, but moving through them with open eyes. You will see that every tear shed in this world adds to its beauty. Every scar tells a story of courage. Every wound is a door to understanding. You will no longer wish for a life without pain. You will wish only for the wisdom to meet it with peace. And when that wisdom blooms fully, you will look at the world, its chaos, its heartbreak, its fleeting joys, and you will smile, not out of indifference, but out of love. Because you will finally see what the Buddha saw under the Bodhi tree, that suffering was never a curse. It was the path home. 19. The Great Balance. How life perfects you through both light and shadow. There is a deep truth hidden within the rhythm of the universe, a truth that only reveals itself when you stop judging your experiences as good or bad. The truth is balance. Every joy you experience is matched by a sorrow. Every birth is paired with death. Every success contains the seed of struggle, and every failure carries the seed of wisdom. The Buddha understood that existence is not a battlefield of opposites, but a dance between them. Light and darkness are not enemies. They are partners in the same eternal movement of becoming. To awaken is not to escape this dance, but to see it for what it truly is, the perfect balance through which life refines the soul. When you look closely at nature, you can see this balance everywhere. Day gives way to night. The tide rises and falls. The seasons change from bloom to decay, to bloom again. Even your breath follows this law: inhale, exhale, expansion, contraction. If you hold your breath too long, you suffer. If you resist the flow, you suffocate. The same is true for life itself. It is meant to move between opposites, gain and loss, praise and blame, joy and sorrow. Trying to hold on to one and avoid the other creates suffering. True peace comes when you accept both as necessary as sacred. The Buddha often spoke of the middle way, the path that avoids extremes. It is not a path of cold neutrality, but of deep understanding. It means recognizing that everything has its place in the larger harmony. Without death, life would have no urgency. Without pain, compassion would never bloom. Without uncertainty, faith would have no meaning. The mind may wish for a life of only sweetness, but the heart knows that contrast is what makes existence beautiful. The greatest illusions arise when we divide life into parts, calling some blessings and others curses. But the wise know that they are one and the same, just seen from different points on the timeline. What breaks you today may build you tomorrow. What feels like loss may be preparation for greater gain. The storm you curse may be cleansing the air. Life is not punishing or rewarding you, it is balancing you. Consider a mountain. Its strength lies not in smoothness, but in contrast: the sharp cliffs, the deep valleys, the rugged peaks. Without the shadowed sides, there would be no shape, no definition. The same is true for you. Without your struggles, your soul would remain flat. Pain gives depth to your compassion. Mistakes carve humility into your pride. Failure teaches you patience that victory never could. Every experience, dark or light, is chiseling you into completeness. Most people chase light and flee from shadow. They think happiness is found by avoiding pain, by staying in constant comfort. But light without shadow blinds. A life without difficulty dulls the spirit. The Buddha taught that peace does not come from living in a world of perfection. It comes from living in a world of imperfection with perfect acceptance. It comes from realizing that the same hand that gives joy also gives sorrow, and both serve the same master awakening. When you begin to see life this way, your relationship with suffering changes completely. You no longer see it as an enemy, but as a balancing force. When things go wrong, you stop asking, "Why me?" and start asking, "What balance is life restoring in me?" Maybe success inflated your ego, so life sent failure to humble you. Maybe love made you cling, so loss came to teach you freedom. Maybe comfort made you stagnant, so struggle came to awaken your strength. Life does not hurt you to destroy you. It hurts you to correct your imbalance. The Buddha once said, "Just as the great ocean has one taste, the taste of salt, so does my teaching have one taste, the taste of freedom." Freedom means liberation from the tug-of-war between opposites. It means realizing that pleasure and pain are not enemies, but reflections of the same truth, impermanence. Both come and go, both teach you. When you cling to pleasure, you suffer when it leaves. When you resist pain, you suffer while it stays. But when you let both move freely through you, you remain at peace. To live in balance is to see yourself as part of something much larger, the great web of interdependence. Every event in your life, no matter how random it seems, is connected to the whole. Your sadness contributes to the world's wisdom, your laughter to its joy, your silence to its depth. The universe is not chaotic, it is intelligent. It balances itself through every rise and fall, every birth and death, every moment of darkness and every spark of light. When you resist the flow, you feel pain. When you surrender to it, you feel peace. Surrender does not mean passivity, it means trust. It means you understand that even when you cannot see the pattern exists. Like the moon, hidden behind clouds, balance is always there, even when unseen. To trust this is to rest in the heart of life. The Buddha's teachings on dependent origination, pratityasamutpada, reveal that nothing exists in isolation. Every cause has an effect, and every effect becomes the cause of something else. Joy leads to sorrow, and sorrow to joy, in a never-ending cycle. To cling to one is to resist the other, but when you step back far enough, you see that the entire cycle itself is perfect. There is no mistake in the design. The only mistake is believing that one half of the circle is more valuable than the other. Even the great masters were not exempt from the dance of duality. The Buddha himself faced loss, sickness, betrayal, and death. But he was free because he saw through them. He saw that pleasure and pain were equal in their impermanence, equal in their potential for awakening. He saw that joy and sorrow are not separate roads, but two lanes of the same path leading to understanding. There is a story from the Zen tradition of a farmer whose horse ran away. His neighbors came to console him, saying, "What bad luck?" The farmer simply said, "Maybe." A few days later, the horse returned with several wild horses following. "What good luck?" the neighbors said. The farmer again replied, "Maybe." Later, his son tried to tame one of the wild horses and broke his leg. "What bad luck?" said the neighbors. "Maybe," said the farmer. Soon after, soldiers came to recruit young men for war, but his son was spared because of his injury. "What good luck?" the neighbors exclaimed. The farmer only smiled. This story shows that fortune and misfortune are not separate. They are the same energy, viewed from different distances. Today's loss may be tomorrow's protection. What feels like punishment may be mercy in disguise. The wise do not label life too quickly. They wait, they observe, they trust. When you live in awareness of balance, your emotions become calm. You stop swinging between extremes. You no longer drown in joy or despair. You understand that both are visitors, not destinations. Like waves, they rise and fall, but you are the ocean beneath. The wise remain centered, not indifferent, but peaceful. They feel deeply, but they do not cling. They love fully, but they do not possess. They work hard, but they do not demand results. They give their best to life and allow life to shape the rest. In meditation, this balance becomes clearer. As you sit in stillness, you notice the dualities within yourself: inhalation and exhalation, tension and relaxation, thought and silence. You begin to see that even within your own body, balance is constantly being maintained. The heart beats between contraction and release, the lungs between fullness and emptiness. The body is harmony in motion. When you resist life, you disturb that harmony. When you align with it, you return to health. Balance is also the key to relationships. When you love someone, you must allow both closeness and space. Too much attachment suffocates. Too much distance starves. The dance of love is balance between giving and receiving, speaking and listening, holding and letting go. The same applies to yourself. You must balance self-discipline with self-kindness, ambition with rest, solitude with connection. Extremes break you. Balance sustains you. This truth extends even to spiritual practice. Too much effort leads to frustration. Too little leads to stagnation. The Buddha advised his disciples to tune their minds like a stringed instrument, not too tight, not too loose. A balanced mind is steady yet flexible, alert yet relaxed. It is neither driven by craving nor dulled by indifference. This is the middle path, the road to awakening. The shadow side of existence often frightens people. They wish to avoid anger, fear, grief, and failure. But rejecting the shadow only gives it power. The Buddha never taught suppression. He taught understanding. When you bring awareness to the shadow, it transforms into wisdom. Anger shows you where boundaries are needed. Fear shows you where trust must grow. Grief shows you what you love most deeply. Failure shows you where your strength lies hidden. Every shadow is a teacher when met with the light of mindfulness. To live in balance is also to respect timing. The universe has its seasons. There are times to act and times to rest, times to speak and times to stay silent, times to hold on and times to release. Suffering comes when we try to bloom in winter or sleep through spring. Wisdom is knowing the season you are in and honoring it. Sometimes growth looks like stillness. Sometimes progress feels like falling apart. But beneath it all, balance is working, restoring harmony, preparing you for what comes next. You can see this truth even in the heart. It beats not by constant expansion, but by rhythm, contraction and release. Contraction and release. That is how life moves through you. When you cling, you suffocate. When you release, you breathe. When you love and let go, you create space for something new to arrive. The same principle guides all creation. Balance is not static, it is alive, breathing, pulsing through everything. Eventually, as your awareness deepens, you begin to see that even beyond opposites there is unity. Joy and sorrow, light and dark, success and failure all arise from the same source. They are expressions of one energy taking different forms. The Taoists call it the Tao, Buddhists call it Dharmata, mystics call it the divine. Whatever name you give it, it is the underlying harmony that holds all opposites in perfect proportion. When you experience this truth directly, you no longer fear change, because you see that everything, no matter how chaotic, is part of one great balance that never falters. The Buddha said, "The mind is everything. What you think, you become." When your mind is in balance, the world reflects that balance. When your mind is in turmoil, the world appears hostile. Peace begins not in the external, but in the internal. When you cultivate equanimity, a balanced mind that does not cling to pleasure or recoil from pain, you begin to experience the world as it truly is: dynamic, interdependent, and compassionate. Equanimity is not cold detachment, it is deep care without control. It is the ability to love without fear, to act without attachment to results, to witness without judgment. When you live this way, everything becomes part of your awakening: the praise and the insult, the gain and the loss, the laughter and the tears. Each moment balances the next, and all of them together form the tapestry of your becoming. As you mature in awareness, you begin to see balance in your own story. The very challenges that once broke you become the foundation of your strength. The losses that once haunted you become the teachers of gratitude. The betrayals that once hardened you become lessons in forgiveness. Nothing was random. Every moment was placed precisely where it needed to be, not by chance, but by wisdom. In this realization, gratitude blooms. You stop asking life to be easy. You begin to thank it for being perfect in its balance. You thank the dark for teaching you to appreciate light, the silence for deepening your understanding of sound, the sorrow for sharpening your compassion. You begin to see that you needed every experience, the sweet and the bitter, to become who you are. And one day, when your understanding ripens fully, you realize that balance is not something you must achieve. It is something you already are. Your true nature, the awareness beneath all dualities, is perfect equilibrium. It does not tilt toward joy or sorrow, gain or loss. It simply is. It watches the play of opposites like the sky watches the weather. Vast, untroubled, free. In that state, you stop fighting life. You no longer demand that it always shine or always please you. You embrace it as it is, a dance of opposites, a symphony of contrasts, a balance too profound for the mind to measure. You live lightly, love deeply, and move gracefully through all seasons of existence. Because now you understand what the Buddha meant when he said, "The middle path leads to freedom." Freedom is not escape from the world. It is harmony with it. It is walking between light and dark with equal gratitude, knowing both are needed to see clearly. And when you live in this great balance, the world no longer confuses you. You see its sorrow and beauty as one. You see its beginnings and endings as one. You see yourself not as a separate fragment struggling against life, but as life itself, perfectly poised between the inhale and exhale of eternity. That is the great balance. To live fully human, yet rooted in the eternal. To feel deeply, yet remain unshaken. To walk through shadow and light, knowing both are sacred. When you understand this, every moment becomes perfect, not because it is painless, but because it is true. You realize that the universe is not divided after all. It was always whole. And you, too, were always part of that wholeness, the eternal still point between all opposites, the living balance between heaven and earth. 20. The infinite mirror. How the world reflects your inner state and guides you toward awakening. Everything you see around you, the people you meet, the experiences you attract, the challenges you face, is not random. Life is not happening to you, it is happening for you. It is a reflection, a vast mirror of your inner state. Every joy, every conflict, every coincidence is the universe showing you something about yourself that you have not yet fully seen. The outer world is the language through which the inner world speaks. The more you awaken, the more clearly you see that everything from the smallest irritation to the greatest love is a message from life to consciousness. The Buddha said, "The mind is everything. What you think, you become." But few truly understand the depth of that statement. It does not simply mean that thoughts create moods. It means that the entire structure of reality bends itself to reflect the state of your mind. A peaceful person lives in a peaceful world, even when chaos surrounds them. A fearful mind finds danger everywhere, even in safety. The world is not separate from your consciousness, it is shaped by it. In truth, you never see the world as it is, you see the world as you are. Your perception is a mirror, polished or clouded by your own beliefs, expectations, and emotions. When your mind is calm, everything looks clear. When your mind is disturbed, the same world looks distorted. This is why the Buddha taught that enlightenment is not about escaping the world, but about seeing it as it truly is, without the dust of illusion on the mirror of perception. This mirror principle operates in every area of life. If someone angers you deeply, it's not merely about their behavior, it's a reflection of something unresolved within you. Perhaps they mirror the impatience you have toward yourself. If you constantly attract people who disrespect you, the world is showing you the parts of yourself you have not yet learned to honor. If you find yourself stuck in the same patterns of pain, it is not fate, it is reflection. The world is your teacher, endlessly repeating the same lesson until you see what it is trying to show you. To most people, this truth sounds uncomfortable and even unfair. So everything that happens is my fault, they ask. But this is not about blame, it is about awareness. Life is not punishing you, it is showing you yourself so that you can grow. You are both the student and the subject of your own awakening. The universe is not against you, it is you, in disguise, leading you back to wholeness. This is why the Buddha called the world Maya, illusion. Not because it is unreal, but because it deceives you when you think it exists independently of your mind. What you call reality is a projection of your consciousness, shaped by karma, memory, and perception. You are both the dreamer and the dream. Every face you meet is a reflection of your own possibilities. Every situation is a mirror, showing you where you still identify with illusion or where you have remembered truth. When you begin to understand this, life becomes sacred. You stop seeing it as a series of random events and start seeing it as a dialogue between you and the infinite. Every joy is a yes from the universe, confirming alignment. Every pain is a no, showing misalignment. Both are guidance, not punishment. Just as a mirror faithfully reflects your expression without judgment, life faithfully reflects your energy without bias. Imagine standing before a mirror with a frown and demanding that the reflection smile first. That is how most people live. They want the world to change before they change within. But the reflection cannot smile until you do. You cannot experience peace until you cultivate it inside. You cannot attract love until you become it. You cannot find truth until you live it. Life does not give you what you demand. It gives you what you are. The Buddha often spoke of dependent origination, the truth that all things arise in dependence upon causes and conditions. This means that your experiences are not isolated. They are the effects of countless inner and outer causes. Your thoughts, words, emotions, and intentions are all seeds that ripen into the circumstances you encounter. When you plant seeds of fear, you harvest confusion. When you plant seeds of compassion, you harvest harmony. Karma is not cosmic revenge, it is the law of reflection. What you send out returns to you amplified so that you can see it clearly. The wise use this mirror consciously. They do not curse the reflection, they study it. When pain arises, they ask, "What is this showing me about my attachment?" When joy arises, they ask, "What truth within me created this?" In this way, every experience becomes meditation, every encounter a mirror. Life stops being an enemy and becomes a guide. But to truly understand the mirror of life, you must first learn stillness. When the water of a lake is disturbed, it cannot reflect the sky. In the same way, when your mind is agitated, you cannot see reality clearly. Meditation is the act of stilling the waters of consciousness so that you can finally see what has always been there. the infinite reflected in the finite, the eternal shining through the momentary. When your mind becomes still, life becomes transparent. You see that everything, every sound, every face, every circumstance is a reflection of consciousness playing with itself. When you begin to live from this awareness, judgment fades. You stop labeling people as good or bad, situations as lucky or unlucky. You understand that everyone and everything in your life is serving your awakening in some way. The person who loves you teaches you softness. The one who hurts you teaches you strength. The obstacle teaches patience. The opportunity teaches gratitude. Nothing is wasted. Even your enemies become sacred mirrors, showing you where you still hold resistance or ego. This understanding does not make you passive. It makes you wise. You no longer react blindly because you see the deeper pattern at work. When someone insults you, instead of fighting, you ask, "Why does this hurt? What part of me still seeks validation?" When life delays your plans, you ask, "What attachment is being challenged?" Every frustration becomes a chance to polish the mirror of the mind, to remove the dust of ignorance that clouds perception. The greatest gift of seeing life as a mirror is freedom from blame. You stop blaming others, fate, or yourself. You realize that everything is feedback. The universe is not punishing or rewarding you, it is responding to you. The outer world mirrors your inner vibration so that you can recognize what you are creating. When you raise your consciousness, the reflection automatically changes. The people around you begin to shift. Opportunities appear. Peace returns. Not because life suddenly became kinder, but because your perception became clearer. There's a Zen story of a monk who was meditating by a river when another monk came and splashed him with water accidentally. The meditating monk became furious. His teacher, observing from afar, asked, "Who disturbed your peace, the water, the monk, or your mind?" In that question lies the essence of awakening. The outer world does not disturb you. It only reveals where you are still disturbed within. You see this mirror principle in relationships most vividly. The people closest to you reflect your hidden patterns more clearly than anyone else. They show you your strengths and weaknesses, your wounds and projections. The more you resist seeing these reflections, the more conflict arises. But the moment you recognize that the other is not your enemy but your mirror, peace returns. You begin to thank them, even those who hurt you, for revealing what needed to heal. The Buddha described this process as turning the light inward. Instead of pointing fingers outward, you turn awareness toward the source of perception itself. You ask not, "Why did this happen to me?" but, "What within me is resonating with this?" This is not self-blame, it is self-inquiry. When you look inward long enough, you discover that the external world loses its power to define your peace. The mirror becomes clear, and in that clarity, you see that you were never separate from what you were perceiving. This is where the greatest spiritual truth reveals itself. There is no other. The same awareness that looks through your eyes is looking through everyone's eyes. When you love another, you are loving yourself in another form. When you harm another, you are harming yourself in disguise. The mirror of life shows you this unity through reflection. The separation you see is illusion. The connection you feel is truth. The more you awaken to this, the more your life fills with compassion. You stop demanding that people behave a certain way because you understand that everyone acts from their level of awareness. You see their anger as unhealed pain, their cruelty as confusion. You stop taking things personally because you know that what they do is their reflection, not yours, unless it triggers something within you, in which case it becomes your teacher. Every interaction becomes sacred because it points you back to the only place healing ever happens within. Even the natural world mirrors your state of being. When your mind is restless, even the sound of rain feels irritating. When your heart is open, the same rain feels soothing. The sky hasn't changed, you have. The world outside simply reflects the weather of your consciousness. This is why enlightenment is often described as the end of suffering, not because the world becomes perfect, but because perception becomes pure. When the mind is clean, everything you see becomes divine. The mirror of life also teaches humility. It shows you that you cannot hide from yourself. The very thing you judge in others is often the thing you deny within. The trait you admire in someone else is a reflection of your own potential waiting to be realized. The mirror never lies. It reveals, gently but firmly, that there is no one else to change, only yourself. And as you change, the reflection shifts effortlessly. In the deeper stages of awareness, even time becomes a mirror. The past reflects what you believed. The present reflects what you are believing now. The future will reflect what you choose to believe next. Each moment is the mirror of consciousness in motion. When you learn to observe these reflections without fear, you gain the power to change not by force, but by understanding. You realize that you do not need to control life. You only need to see it clearly. The reflection takes care of itself. Eventually, you begin to notice that the mirror is not only showing you yourself, it is yourself. There is no separation between the observer and the observed. The world you see is consciousness perceiving itself in infinite forms. The tree outside your window, the person you love, the stranger you avoid, all are expressions of the same awareness that lives within you. When this truth dawns, your entire experience of existence transforms. Every moment becomes holy, every face sacred, every breath divine. This realization brings unshakable peace, because once you see the world as a mirror, you stop fighting it. You stop trying to fix what was never broken. You see that everything, even chaos, serves the same purpose: to awaken awareness. The reflections keep changing, sometimes kind, sometimes harsh, but the mirror itself remains untouched. That mirror is you, the consciousness behind all forms, the still awareness that observes without judgment. To live with this awareness is to live in harmony with life. You move through the world with gentleness because you know you are moving through yourself. You speak kindly because you hear your own words echoing back through others. You forgive quickly because you see that holding resentment only clouds your own reflection. The more you polish your inner mirror with mindfulness, the clearer the world becomes. Peace is not something you seek. It shines naturally when the dust is gone. The Buddha once compared the awakened mind to a clear mirror. When the mind is undefiled, he said, it shines like a pure mirror. Seeing things as they truly are, one is liberated. This liberation is not from the world, but from illusion. You realize that life's reflections were never meant to trap you. They were meant to wake you. Every face, every situation, every difficulty was the universe whispering, "See yourself here. See your light. See your shadow. See what you are." And when you finally see, when you recognize that there was never separation, never conflict, never accident, a deep, quiet joy fills you. The mirror and the reflection dissolve into one. The inside and outside vanish. You are no longer looking at life. You are life, looking at itself through infinite eyes. In that moment, the search ends. You stop asking life to be different because you understand that it has always been perfect, perfectly designed to reveal consciousness to itself. Every heartbreak, every triumph, every silence, every sound was part of that revelation. You see that the purpose of existence was never to reach somewhere else, but to awaken right here, in this eternal now. The world continues, its dance seasons change, people come and go, forms rise and fall, but you remain at peace, knowing that it is all the mirror of the infinite. You no longer chase reflections, you rest as the mirror itself, vast, luminous, unchanging. And in that stillness, the final truth dawns. There was never anything outside of you. The mountains, the stars, the laughter of children, the tears of loss, all of it was you, reflecting your own infinite nature back to yourself. Life was not a test to pass, but a reflection to understand. And once you see this clearly, the mirror no longer frightens you, it frees you. Because now you know, you are both the reflection and the light that creates it, both the dream and the dreamer, both the world and the awareness that holds it. Nothing is outside of you, and nothing was ever against you. The entire universe has always been your mirror, infinite, perfect, and awake. 21. The eternal flow, trusting the intelligence of life and learning to surrender to its timing. If you watch a river closely, you will notice something remarkable. It never rushes, yet it never stops. It bends, it curves, it slows where the land deepens, it rushes where the rocks rise, and yet it always finds its way forward. It never questions why a stone blocks its path, it simply flows around it. It does not resist gravity or complain about the distance to the sea. It trusts its direction because it knows it is being pulled by something greater than itself. The Buddha's teaching about life is no different, that life, too, is an eternal flow. It is not random, it is not chaotic, it is intelligent. Every moment, every delay, every obstacle, and every blessing are all movements of this great river, guiding you to where you are meant to be. But the problem is that the human mind doesn't trust flow. It fears surrender. It believes it knows better than life. It tries to control the current, to force outcomes, to shape everything according to its own desires. The mind says, "This is what I want, and it must happen now." And when life does not obey, it begins to panic. It clings to the branches on the shore, trying to resist the pull of the river, and calls that struggle living. In truth, it is drowning in its own resistance. The Buddha once said, "Let go or be dragged." This simple phrase contains infinite wisdom. When you resist life, you suffer. When you surrender to its flow, you discover peace. Surrender does not mean giving up or becoming passive. It means trusting that there is a greater intelligence moving through everything, an intelligence that knows what you need, even when you do not. Just as the river knows how to reach the ocean, life knows how to bring you to your destiny. Your only task is to stop fighting its current. If you reflect on your life, you can see this truth already at work. Think of the moments that seemed like endings, when something you loved fell apart, when someone left, when a dream collapsed. At that time, it felt like punishment. But later, you saw that those losses created space for something better. You saw that what you thought was destruction was really direction. Life was not working against you, it was working through you. Every heartbreak, every delay, every closed door was simply life saying, "Not this way, I have something different in mind." The mind panics when its plans fall apart, but the soul rejoices because it knows that divine timing is never late. The Buddha called this trust faith in Dharma, faith in the law of truth that governs all existence. Dharma is not a religion, it is the intelligence of the universe, the principle of balance that ensures that everything unfolds as it should. When a flower blooms, it does not do so by accident. When a fruit ripens, it does so in perfect timing. The same force that makes the stars shine and the tides move also guides your life. But to see this, you must learn to slow down and watch the flow, instead of constantly trying to direct it. The problem is not that life is uncertain, it is that we demand certainty. We measure time by our clocks, our calendars, our goals, and we forget that life moves according to its own rhythm. We call it delay when it's really preparation. We call it failure when it's really redirection. The Buddha often used the analogy of planting a seed. You cannot plant a seed today and demand a tree tomorrow. You must trust the process, water it, wait for sunlight, protect it from weeds. The growth is invisible at first, but that does not mean it isn't happening. Likewise, even when life seems still or silent, Something deep beneath the surface is moving, aligning, preparing. In the West, people are taught to chase success, to hustle, to make things happen. But the Buddha taught the opposite, non-striving. It does not mean inaction, it means action without attachment. It means doing your best while releasing your obsession with the outcome. When you act from presence rather than from fear, your actions are in harmony with the flow of life. You no longer push against the current, you move with it. You no longer demand that things happen according to your schedule. You trust that everything unfolds exactly when it should. Consider how much suffering comes from impatience. We rush to reach destinations, to accomplish goals, to fix problems, to escape uncertainty. But impatience is a form of disbelief, a refusal to trust life's timing. You cannot hurry the sunrise. You cannot force the tide to come in. Everything in nature follows rhythm, and that rhythm is perfection itself. The wise person learns to move in sync with it, not ahead of it. When you begin to live this way, peace becomes natural. You stop measuring your life by how much you've achieved and start appreciating the way it unfolds. The Buddha said, "Peace comes from within. Do not seek it without." The same applies to timing. Peace does not come from having everything go your way. It comes from knowing that even when it doesn't, there is purpose in the unfolding. Every delay is divine. Every detour is sacred. When life slows you down, it's not rejection, it's redirection. The river doesn't move in a straight line because straight lines belong to human planning, not natural flow. The curves and bends you resist are where your greatest growth happens. Surrender begins when you admit you don't know better than life. The ego resists this because it loves control. It says, "I must understand everything, plan everything, protect everything." But the truth is that you are not the driver, you are the passenger on this journey. Life is the vehicle, and its intelligence is far greater than your mind can comprehend. You can either sit in anxiety, questioning every turn, or you can relax and trust that the driver knows the way. The moment you surrender control, peace floods in. Sometimes surrender feels like loss, because we are conditioned to believe that control equals power. But in reality, control is the greatest illusion. You can't control other people, time, or even your next heartbeat. What you can control is your response, whether you choose to resist or to trust. Surrender is not weakness. It is the highest form of strength, because it means aligning your will with the will of the universe. This does not mean that you stop caring about your dreams or goals. It means that you act without clinging. You do your part and allow life to handle the rest. The Buddha compared this to rowing a boat. You can steer, but you cannot control the wind or the current. The wise rower learns to adjust the sail, to use the wind rather than fight it. The same applies to life. You learn to adapt, to adjust, to move with what is rather than against it. When you live in surrender, miracles begin to happen. Things start aligning effortlessly. People appear at the right time, opportunities flow naturally, and even challenges feel purposeful. This is not luck, it is alignment. The moment you stop trying to control life, life begins to support you, because surrender opens you to the flow of Dharma, and that flow is the path of least resistance. It is the current of harmony, carrying you exactly where you need to be. But how do you surrender when you are surrounded by uncertainty? The mind says, "What if it all goes wrong?" The answer is simple. It already has, countless times, and yet here you are, still alive, still learning. You have survived every ending, every loss, every unknown. Life has never failed to carry you forward, even when you thought it had. Trust grows when you remember this. Look back at all the times you thought life was falling apart and see how it was actually falling into place. That is the proof that the intelligence of life has never abandoned you. The more you trust, the quieter the fear becomes. You start to notice that life has rhythm, moments of movement followed by stillness, moments of gain followed by loss, moments of clarity followed by confusion. You stop fighting these cycles and begin to flow with them. You understand that the winter of the soul is as necessary as its spring. You stop forcing yourself to bloom when it's time to rest. You realize that rest, too, is growth in disguise. Surrender also teaches humility. It reminds you that you are not separate from life, you are life. The river is not separate from the ocean it flows toward. You are not separate from the destiny you are moving toward. The same energy that spins the planets is the energy that beats your heart. When you resist life, you resist your own nature. When you trust it, you align with the entire cosmos. This trust brings you into harmony, not just with events, but with people. You stop forcing relationships. You understand that some are meant to stay, and some are meant to go. You stop chasing what leaves and start cherishing what remains. You realize that every person who crosses your path arrives with purpose, some to teach love, some to teach detachment, all to teach awareness. You no longer cling to permanence because you see that even departure is sacred in the rhythm of life. Surrendering to flow also changes how you experience time. You stop living as if life is running out. You stop saying, "I'll be happy when," because you see that waiting is the opposite of living. The Buddha taught presence, that the only moment that truly exists is now. The future is imagination. The past is memory. The river flows only in this moment, and when you live here fully, anxiety dissolves. You realize that you are not late. You are not behind. You are exactly where you need to be. To live this way is to live like nature, patient, grounded, trusting. The tree does not demand the rain. It waits in faith. The ocean does not cling to its waves. It lets each one rise and fall freely. The moon does not fight its phases. It glows in whatever form it takes. Life is always teaching you how to flow. You need only pay attention. When you surrender deeply, something beautiful happens. The line between you and life disappears. You no longer feel like a separate person trying to survive in a hostile world. You feel like consciousness flowing through form. The anxiety that comes from trying to control everything fades, replaced by a quiet confidence in existence itself. You begin to see life not as something happening to you, but as something happening through you. You become the river, flowing effortlessly toward the sea of awakening. The Buddha described enlightenment as the unbinding freedom from clinging. This freedom is not found by mastering life, but by trusting it. When you stop clinging to how things should be, you open your eyes to how they are. And in that seeing, you discover that life was never your enemy. It was your teacher, patient, kind, precise. It always knew when to close a door, when to open one, when to delay, and when to deliver. Sometimes surrender looks like stillness. Sometimes it looks like action. But in both, the same energy moves awareness flowing without resistance. You don't decide what to do through fear or habit. You listen. You trust the quiet voice within that says, "Wait," or "Go," or "Let it be." This inner knowing is the language of the flow. It is Dharma speaking directly through intuition. Eventually, you realize that there was never anything to resist. The river of life was never taking you away from yourself. It was carrying you back to your source. The ego, with all its desires and plans, was like a small stick caught in the current, trying to control where it goes. But awareness, your true nature, is the river itself. You were never lost. You were always flowing toward home. When this realization dawns, surrender is no longer effort. It becomes your natural state. You no longer ask, "Why is this happening?" You whisper, "Thank you." You trust the timing of every rise and fall, every arrival and departure. You live in harmony with existence because you finally see that existence is wise. And one day, When you have surrendered so completely that even the idea of control disappears, you will see that life was never happening outside of you. The river, the current, the ocean, all were you. You were not being carried, you were carrying yourself. The intelligence you trusted was not something external, it was your own higher self guiding you through form and time. In that moment, the struggle ends. You become peace itself. You flow without effort, love without fear, act without hesitation, and rest without guilt. You no longer seek meaning, you are meaning. You no longer look for direction, you are direction. Life flows through you unhindered, and everything you touch becomes part of that same graceful movement. The Buddha called this state nirvana, not the extinguishing of life, but the extinguishing of resistance. It is the peace that comes when the river stops fighting the ocean and realizes it was water all along. It is the freedom that arises when you finally understand that there was never anything to control, only everything to trust. And so, the lesson of the eternal flow is simple. Life is wise. It knows what you need, when you need it, and how to give it. Your task is not to demand, not to fear, not to rush, but to listen, to trust, to flow. Because the river never asks how far it has left to go. It simply keeps moving, knowing that every turn brings it closer to the sea. And you, too, are being carried not by chance, not by chaos, but by the same sacred intelligence that guides the stars. When you understand this, your heart finally rests. You stop struggling to control the current. You open your arms to life and let it take you wherever, whenever, however. You realize that surrender is not the end of your journey. It is the beginning of freedom. It is the moment when you stop swimming against life and finally allow it to show you where it has been leading you all along home. In the end, every teaching, every meditation, every truth the Buddha shared points to one realization: you were never separate from life itself. You were never an outsider trying to navigate a confusing world. You were the ocean pretending to be a wave, the sky dreaming of clouds, the eternal consciousness exploring itself through change. All the pain, the resistance, the questions, and the struggles were not proof of failure. They were the lessons that led you back to remembrance. You have never truly been lost, only distracted from what was always here. The mind wanted control, permanence, and certainty. It wanted to direct the river, but the soul always knew peace is not found by forcing the current, but by flowing with it. The truth of life is movement. Everything changes, everything shifts, everything flows. To cling is to drown. To surrender is to breathe again. The wisdom of Buddhism is not about escaping the world, but awakening within it to see beauty in impermanence, to see purpose in suffering, to see love reflected even in loss. You begin to realize that nothing was ever meaningless. Every experience was a teacher, every challenge was a mirror, every silence was guidance. Life was not punishing you, it was perfecting you. And as you awaken to this truth, something extraordinary happens. Fear dissolves. The fear of losing, of failing, of not knowing, of time slipping away all fade. Because you see that what is truly, you cannot be lost, cannot fail, cannot die. You are the awareness behind it all, the stillness watching the dance, the sky beyond the storm, the silence between every sound. To live in this awareness is to finally return home. You no longer struggle to hold the world together because you realize it was never falling apart. The river was never lost. It was always moving toward the ocean. The delays, the detours, the heartbreaks, they were not distractions. They were the path. The path has always been within you, so let go. Trust the intelligence that breathes you, that moves you, that guides you even when you doubt it. Live lightly, love deeply, forgive easily, flow freely. The river of life does not need your control, only your participation. Let it take you where you are meant to go, for the destination has always been the same: peace, freedom, awakening. And when you finally reach that place, not in some distant future, but in the quiet, now you will smile softly and whisper what every enlightened soul eventually understands. There was never anything to fear. I was never falling apart. I was only flowing home.